Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Good morning, Colin. Good morning, Ghost, Chris, Teza. Hey, Jose. Hey, Mr. K. Hey, Bill. How's everyone doing? Patrick and James and Derek. And B. McNicol. Hey, Jaeger. Tunke. PF Dennis. Hey, Ivan and Colin. A little bit of an anticipated project coming up. Hey, Mark. Hey, Hampy Camper, Honored Twig, Pushing Plastic. Hey, Maker Source. How's everyone doing? It is hot here, so I've got the AC going early. We got to get the Charlie pets in, so then he just falls asleep somewhere. Hey, Tahoe's from Sweden. Sebastian. Mikey. Little Brat. This is the place to be. Hey, Tracy. How you doing? Hey, Mito. Ooh, all the hair. We already have some cat hair on the Ender 3 here, so we'll just get some more. Get it all over. Got all the people. So welcome. Thank you for being here. Done a little bit of prep this week for this project. Mostly prep yesterday for this project because I like to put off things till the last minute. And I am missing one little piece, but I don't think we'll need it today. Hey, Delmar. Hey, Steven. Andrew. Not hot here. Temp is 4C. Well, I think we're approaching 40C here. Hey, DJ Natty. Hey, Blue Blood. And Jake. Hey, BBs. Do you fly too? How you doing? Wow, Derek gifted 20 memberships. Thank you. So that's good timing because we're planning the members only stream next Saturday. So keep an eye out. So what have I been working on? So I've done a few things. I did yesterday as part of my prep and part of my productive day. I did get some salad fork progress done. So this is only some of the extrusions I cut. These are the long ones that don't fit in my project box. But this is Maker Beam profile. I've had this, these were 1 meter sticks. I've had them since the V0 was announced. When the Voron Hug hit Maker Beam, you couldn't get the 200 millimeter sticks anymore, so I had to buy them in 1 meter, and my plan was to cut them down. And instead, I ended up with an LDO blue frame for my first V0. Charlie, that's the Thunderbolt cable. So I'm finally getting around to using these. So this will be part of the next project. So after the Ender 3 to Switchwire, the plan, and plans can always be interrupted, but the plan is to start the solid fork build. And it's mostly self-source with some help from a few people that we'll go over when I start it. So, Delmar, before Nero stream, right? Yes, my, as much as I can, my weekend stream will always start at my time, 10 a.m., which is now, this time. I just do it Saturday instead of Sunday. So I'll still do a Sunday stream, just the members only will be on Saturday. Hey, Sanity, welcome. Hey, Morpheus. These shirts are just the cheap shirts at Kohl's, just the little pop culture shirts or whatever. I returned something for Amazon and they gave me a $5 coupon that you can use right away. So this is a $10 t-shirt. Trident, LDO Trident update. So we've been working on getting the Trident back for a while. I haven't put a lot out there because I didn't want to jinx it. It got jinxed a little bit. So it's been found. We had some help from someone with contacts, someone on the team with contacts with UPS. I don't think we would have found it without this. It has ping-ponged around a little bit. Went from Illinois to Salt Lake City to LA, back to Salt Lake City, and we're waiting for it to get back to Salt Lake City so it can go back to LA. So it's not quite there yet, but there's promise. and we don't know what condition it's in. So that's why I'm cautiously optimistic still. I don't want to count on it being okay. I don't want to count on it even being the right box. I imagine it is, but we shall see when it actually arrives. So that one's going back. That one's going back to Jason. And I imagine if it's in good shape, I would hope maybe it'll show up at the Orange County Maker Faire, but I don't know what Jason's plans are for that, so don't quote me. Tracy, my phone is not in my pocket. My phone is back here. On top of this 350 2.4 that I finished. It's printed parts now. So this is done. It's ready to go off to my friend and I can start the next one. Yeah, hey KB3D, welcome. Imagine the costs associated with such a mess. Yeah, I mean, it was several $100s to get it to Illinois, and then whatever it's costing to ping pong around the country. And hopefully it doesn't require any major work. When I packaged it in this flight container, I took all the panels off and I took the display off because I didn't want it to get the bracket for it to get broken. And then I have a few other little boxes tucked in there. So I think it'll be okay, but so what happens is it got lost. We imagine it got lost somewhere in Illinois. So not even at its last center stop. What I imagine is probably some other thing caught that label, the acrylic plate that the label is on, and ripped it off. And then suddenly the label is separated from the flight container. And now they don't know where it goes. And they probably didn't discover this right away. And it's probably not something where someone saw it and saw it laying next to it. Who knows? But they got separated. I made the mistake of not putting at least the tracking number on other parts of the box, but that's a lesson learned. So somewhere in Illinois, that got lost. So now once this package isn't labeled, then it goes to UPS's overload or overgoods system, and they have different warehouses for that around the country. Now, when we were in Indiana and asking about this, they said the local warehouses were Indianapolis and Atlanta, but apparently it ended up in the Salt Lake City overload warehouse. So now it's just a matter of getting the right people and pictures, because I had taken pictures of the container beforehand and description, and we were lucky enough to find somebody that that was able to push to identify this. So now once they've identified it, now it's got its own tracking number and it's got a shipping label on it. It's trying to get to the right spot, but there's been a couple of complications there that I think we can overcome. So, Jose Feria, I mean, UPS is paying for moving it around. I don't know if Jason has a claim to be able to get his shipping refunded in the first place. I don't know, but, and yeah, Delmar, I had taken a picture of the overall case. Bill Brothers, yeah, someone else suggested an Apple AirTag. That might have been worth it. But it still wouldn't have gotten it to Murph. It might have just been easier to figure out where, give UPS a location. Might have happened a little sooner. So yeah, to be continued. Hey, Christian from Copenhagen. Last week we finished the build for the ERCF. And I feel like that build went really well. I'm really happy with the operation of the unit. I think it's all tuning now, all tip tuning, all the swap tuning. I think everything, all the washers are and magnets are working right. And I think that's attributed to us taking extra time early in the build to where those weren't problems later. Now I'm going to revisit that maybe on my own, maybe just kind of report back how it goes. But this is the print that we started. This did not fail. It did need a lot of interventions. It was not loading because of the tips. So but this didn't fail at this point. I stopped it because I needed to move. I needed the space to work on something else. And there are skipped layers, but it's promising. And I think a little bit of tip tuning and stuff, and I'll be able to get a successful print out of that. My plan is, and they should arrive today, I ordered some of the correct filament for that, those full color lithophanes. So I figured that's a great motivation to continue working on that. So stay tuned. How do we have Golden Jaguar here? Hello. Yes, he is the master of these conversions, right? What else? Hey, Ludwig. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of slicer tuning, but I feel like the machine itself is working really well, and I'm pleased with that. Yeah, DJ Natty, I was surprised. FedEx says it's going to arrive today. I don't know. It says, yeah, it said the 17th. I tracked it. Hey, John. Hey, 3D Experiments. So, plan today is to start on the Ender3 Pro to Switchwire conversion. Yesterday, I used my MP-CNC and cut the deck panels from, and how does this go? I think these go like this. Yep, goes like this. Cut the deck panels out of some ABS sheet. That worked out really well. This was first try on both ones. So I'm pleased with how that machine's working. I cut the required, I took one of my old CR10 extrusions that were just sitting on the shelf and cut the required length off of for the X extrusion. So I think this is 340-ish millimeters and it needs to be 310. So that's cut off. So, and then I found, this build is a lot of stuff I have on the shelf type build. So I had enough MGN12 rails. I have a display from a kit that I'm not using. So, otherwise we're gonna make an attempt to use the steppers off of the Ender3, and these are the ones with the pressed on pulleys, and I think I found a puller that will pull them. So I think let's just get started. And we're gonna start with disassembly. We're gonna strip this down to the frame. Before we get there, let me show you what conversion. So if you didn't hear, I'll show you, we're using the Boubounokefalos conversion, and I'm trying to leave it as intended as I can, but I'll get to that in a little bit. Golden Jaguar, where did you get your ABS panels? Tap Plastics. I ended up buying like a 2-foot by 4-foot sheet just for general use, and I've bought other sheets, but that's what I cut those out of. And I've had that a long time. I've got some scrap, like here, down here, I've got another piece of random stuff or panel that I can cut something out of later. Just materials that you collect over time. Yeah, so the conversion I'm using, as DJ Natty said, is linked in the description. There is a GitHub That's how you spell it. I don't know exactly how you say it. This is based on a conversion by Triano. If you look down here in the description here, it's based on a conversion by Triano. It looks really nice. I think they did a really good job. This is really a coverage of a major mod is basically what we're doing here. So there are a couple of little changes I've made. We covered one of those changes in the last members only live stream, which is public now. So if you haven't seen that, Charlie's Angels #1, we went into Fusion 360 and played around a little bit in CAD and modified the Y carriage for this. Kenneth, I tried some of the cheap gear pullers from Amazon. It was horrible. Did find a heavy duty one to use and was so glad to have found it. I wonder if you found the same one I did. Have you ever put the clamping Bowden retainer you used on the trident in GitHub? I have not, Brant. That'll end up going into release files. That won't be a user mod. We'll add those to the thing. Sanity, I thought you will plug Nemgria's MN laser cutter. That's a great idea. So I cut these myself on my MPCNC, but there are various vendors, great vendors in our community. Nemgria, the designer of the Voron Zero, runs MN laser cutting. He does mostly the ABS panels. I don't think he does as much of the clear panels. But then I think all of our vendors carry the various panels. I don't know how many of them do custom though. So hey Maurice from the Netherlands, welcome. Hey Stefan. So this conversion here is it seems very true as much as it can be to the Switchwire spec. So as many parts as are reasonable, the kind of the layout, the general idea is all very close to the Switchwire. It can be enclosed. We will not be enclosing this printer. I won't be, it's going to be it's going to end up with one of my best friends as a printer that he can get started in 3D printing. And he has kids that are really excited about printing trinkets and stuff like that. So I don't know if he'll end up showing up today, but I think they call this the Dark Dog mod. I couldn't quite remember the Discord name of the person who's responsible for it. So, Ghost Dog, can we get some MPCNC content at some point? That build is complete and it's in the other garage. I don't have a good way, and I might be able to come up with a way, but right now I don't have a good way to host a stream in the other garage. So if I can come up with a way, and it's probably going to happen because there's other things I'm going to want to work on. If I can come up with a way, that might be able to happen. Maker's Source, if you get a chance, you may want to check out my stream from yesterday. I created a mod for this conversion to extend the deck to full size. Stuff is going to get this week. If I get a chance, I appreciate that. The build here is going to be very much as provided on this GitHub. That doesn't mean that I might not find a pain point, find something that someone has done better that I like, that I switch to. But right now it's going to be true to the as provided by Dark Dog. So this is a little bit of pictures and some of the parts that can be recycled. I'm gonna be kind of a mixture of what I'm recycling. So we're gonna use the frame. We're gonna use the Meanwhile PSU. We're gonna use the heat bed assembly. We are not gonna use the original board. I have a SKR Mini E3 V3 that's going to be used, along with a Pi 02W as the Pi. XYZ motors I am going to try to use, but I have a drawer full of steppers if it just doesn't make sense. All the cables that don't go through the cable chains, well, yeah, we'll use what makes sense for the cables. All the cable chains, I'll do a custom harness. I'll crimp up my own harness. Most of the printed parts needed for this conversion are included in this kit, and the tool head stuff is just standard afterburner or stealth burner stuff. Still not 100% sure on what tool head I'm going to use. So, and then all the configuration and stuff like that. So, let's go. What color? And we can cover that. So have most of the parts printed. And this is based on feedback from my friend it's going to. He likes blue. So I decided to go with, here's a good example. So we're going Sparta, Sparkle, ABS Plus, Sky Blue, and then just KVP Black. So I've got most of the printed parts, a few like key back here. I've pre-inserted most of the heat set inserts. There are a few that I forgot that we'll have to do on stream, but I think I have everything. And I think I put in the description the links to the filament that I used as well. So let's see. Not gonna need the printed parts for a little bit. Okay. Let's save that. What do we got? Bill Brothers. Printing toys. Stealth burner seems like it may be a little big on this conversion. It'll work fine. There's the question of, I was debating whether I want to do, I have a Orbiter 2.0, which might be a good fit for this. Or stealth burner, but then what other extruder? Maybe Orbiter with, I guess it would be with stealth burner fan setup. We'll see. I will decide before next weekend. I think that'll be the next. Today is going to be disassembly and start assembly. We won't get to the tool head today. I had a keyback snap recently on me. Has anyone else had that? I haven't had one break. It's a rare Sparta 3D color. I bought it a little while ago. Where did I get that bin? I think I got it at Costco. Hey, Thomas. Hi, Sean. Will you be reusing the electronics? I will be reusing the power supply, but not the MCU. Let's twist some screws. That's a good idea. And you know what I did? So I wouldn't forget, I set my ES15 on the gantry. So let's get started. And I'm probably going to need to, let me grab my little precision bit set, because I'm going to need some different bits, or a selection of bits. Let's just set this over here, because I think I'm going to need some different ones. Where do we want to start? Let's get this. Mehmet, how do you like your OSEC sheet for ABS and ASA prints? I love the OSEC sheets for ABS and ASA prints. I have not had any trouble with it. I often use glue stick on my textured sheets. I haven't put anything on that. I wipe it down with 99% IPA and I'm done. It's charged. Hey, Tony. Here, let me do this. Just in case. There we go. What do we got here? So, don't actually need it yet. I need to pop these little molded things off and get rid of the spool holder. That's not a fastener. Bigger than that. Do I have bigger than that? Aha, I do. Okay, so I got 3 different sizes here. End stops, which we're gonna recycle in the build. So what I think I'm going to do, let me grab another bin. Grab a bin for parts I take off. Triple tap and set it to unscrew only for now. No, I don't want to do that. Let's pull wires, connectors, that, and that. Charlie should be able to disassemble the printer in a few minutes. Knock the parts off the desk. Yes, that's more accurate. And stops there on a little PCB. Yeah, they've got a little focus. There we go. So we'll take those off, and there's printed parts for that. Let's take the controller out of here. Where's the 2mm? Oh. That was 2mm. Where is it? Oh, that's square. I can't see. I gotta switch glasses to find the right bit. 1.5. That's square. Where's the 2mm? Oh, that's square too. Where are the right bits? I don't have many of the right bits. 1.5. There's... What am I missing? I'm missing some bits. Oh, there's one. Ooh, covered in cat hair. There's the 2mm. Okay. And I'm not even going to bother remembering where all these fasteners go because everything's going to change anyway. Kenneth, you mentioned about the side spool holder solution a few streams back instead of the mass being on the frame. Will you be doing that side spool? Oh, absolutely. I may have to still print it. Did I miss a question from Jengo or Sengo? What is the biggest advantage of a Voron? I think some of the advantages of a Voron is the easy to source or attempt at being an easy to source off the shelf parts, but also the build plate or build area to print area is really efficient with at least the Core XZ or Core XY printers. There's only so efficient you can get with the bed flinger printer, but for the V0, the Voron 2, the Trident, and even Legacy, the build volume to printer volume is pretty efficient. Hi, John. Oh, I missed something. Which hot end are you going for? I will be using the proto print guy here, the Raptor. So it is groove mount, but there's no orientation. It's a round ceramic style or whatever heater. So proto print Raptor will go on this. Our friends in the Czech and Slovak community sent that, as well as this coffee cup. So I have to use it in a build. I bet you're gonna have a lot of not reused fasteners. Yeah, I'm probably gonna dip into my black oxide fasteners. We don't have to worry about rust here, and I think that's probably what I'll do. The hardest thing about building a Voron is finding a reasonably priced pie. Yeah, and there's a lot of efforts into using some of the pie alternatives now. There's a possibility I might be using a pie alternative in the solid fork build. So. Honestly, I have no idea what that hot end cost. Okay, where are we at? That's gonna come off the front. Just unplug everything. Oh, of course. Okay, I'm gonna have to get in there. They are hot glued. So let's see if I can just break some of it free without causing too much trouble. Here, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna grab some thin pliers. That's gonna be a lot safer. Just grab the glue. There we go. Just deform the glue and pull it away. There, that works well. Don't risk cutting myself with the X-Acto knife. There we go. Oh, all the glue. Stubborn. Oh, there we go. There we go. What do we got? Boy, a little spritz IPA on the hot glue and it'll just pop off. Well, that wasn't too bad. I still got it off okay. And these nice little thin tip pliers. That's a good tip though. I'll try that next time. Yeah, as far as DJ Natty, your statement of Clipper will run on a lot of things. It's just the steps to get there are the process is very established on a Pi. So just finding those processes on alternate devices make it easy for people, or at least easier. Hot glue hates IPA. I'll have to remember that. I did not think about that, but I will try that for another time. And then I bet you these are all tinned. Bet you these are all tinned ends. Let's find out. Oh, maybe not. And it's possible I cut them and untinned them. Or removed the tin part. Hey, Tin Knox. Remove the M4 from the extrusion. Everything else loosens and it gets easier to remove the wires. M4 from the extrusions. There we go. And the last ones. There we go. Oh, and those bed wires were tinned. Sanity, thanks for the gift of memberships. What's the added cost to convert to Switchwire? That's a good question. What would we need beyond this? The MGN12 rails are going to be an added cost. And some, I mean, you probably want to do a hot end. You could use the controller. You could use most of the steppers. The MGN12 rails are going to be the biggest one. M5 in the front. Yeah, this will all come right off. But all of this is now loose. There we go. Completely, except for the hot end. Let's pull this to get it out of the way. Now, like you said, what are these? There we go. This whole thing should come off, right? There we go. We won't be reusing that panel, so all of this stuff. You meant M5. Got it. Got it. Okay, let's take the hot end off. MGN rails, cable chains, new belts, right? Look at me using the ES15. And I am going to separate the bed wires from this harness. They are wrapped. There we go. Okay, now that harness can get bunched up into this box. This can come over here. I'm missing some Discord messages. Just remember, if it's important, mention it in chat here if you really need me to check it. Otherwise, I'm not checking Discord messages. Pull this off. My fancy artwork from the members only stream. What did I miss? I missed something. Ooh. Oh, Tony, holy moly. Gifted 50 memberships. Thanks, Tony. I missed that. Welcome all the new members. We won't be using this screen I don't know if anybody knows, is there a mod to use this screen with this conversion? It's just awfully large, and I don't know if it would fit well here in the front. So I wasn't going to use it. I have plenty of the Big Tree Tech displays. Okay. I guess we can pull the bed off here. Hey, Cicinho. Chris is, or DJ Natty is what's referred to as a branded account. He's a member on his other account. Switch in Plastic, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, Pietro. Tech Dad, thanks for becoming a member. My plan was to use the little STM adapter board to plug into the Mini 12864 display. That was the plan. Okay, bed is off. Colin, thanks for gifting the memberships. Bear Squad, howdy, member for 2 months. Awesome. Ocean Plastic, member for 2 months. Thank you. Almost all the gray is gone. Derek, $5. We're organizing an impromptu members only stream here. That's fine with me. Get some of this dust. I'm gonna completely dust off the whole frame over the course of this. Pull the power supply, I think, through here. Ooh, there we go. We'll do some additional disassembly on that later, I think. Hey, Steve. Let's see here. Oh, this one. Now this is I believe this is a broken extruder anyway, because my neighbor kid, yeah, his broke, so I salvaged it from here. But see the broken tensioner. You know, it's an authentic Ender 3 covered in dust and bits of plastic. Absolutely. You have an empty tray right behind for those screws so they don't roll around. Well, I'm not going to be using most of them. So they're just going in the stuff we're not going to use box, basically. Or for the most part, we're not going to use. This is where I'll organize when I'm assembling. I'll put some T-nuts in there and some other fasteners. Oh, we got a plastic. Oh, that one doesn't want to come off. Hey, Steve, I think this project is going to force me to get my Ender 3 Pro from storage and get to work. There you go. Shouldn't we have Voron Red as a color option? I let my friend make the color choice on this one. Gary, thanks for the gifted memberships. Oh, that bearing might work good for the keyback. You're right. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Good idea. Okay, all of this stuff. What hot-end would you pick for this conversion if you had to buy a new one? If you don't need the a high flow, then I'm still partial to the Revo. I think the Revo ecosystem is, once it fleshes out, I'll have it on most of my printers. I won't have it on all. I want to try other things, but. They mean on YouTube. What are we talking about? What did I misspeak on? Still regret putting my 3 out. Oh, you put your Ender 3 out for trash pickup day? Oh, this is gonna fall out of there. So I don't think we're gonna end up using, oh no, I think we're gonna end up using this one for Y. I think X and Z and Y. I'm waiting for Revo high flow with Obsidian. For the most part, I'll be happy with Obsidian. It'll start going on my printers with Obsidian. But high flow will be nice. Oh, red color on YouTube instead of, I got it. Thanks, Sanity. I understand now. Smish Morgan, thanks for becoming a member. That goes away. This has those little lock washers that I guess I don't care if they get lost anymore, but they often get lost. John Pollock, member for 3 months. That's the best use for an Ender, breaking it down. We're gonna break it down and build it back up. Okay. Is this thing just, no. This comes off from the front. What size are those? Ugh. Hi, Brian. I'm doing well. How are you? We're starting a new build today, so I am doing very well. Nope. That was the cover with an end stop in there, which we may end up grabbing. And then, so here are our pressed on pulleys that I think we're going to be able to get off. Okay, so that's there. And this, I think we can probably get the belt off of here. So that one, that one. Will it come through the bottom? Yep. There we go. One belt that's not long enough. We're gonna end up putting fresh belts on this anyway. Oh, Kyle, you're the one who got the doing a Switchwire transfer. You should try the Basel nozzle. It's like CHT on steroids. I haven't heard of that. Whose printed parts am I using? The Dark Dog ones. This one. Boubounokefalos. The 4234 motors that Creality is using for X and Y here should be a little small and powerless for my liking. It may work. Yeah, they are meh motors, absolutely. But we're gonna see how if they'll be serviceable. Remember, this is my friend. He's gonna be printing PLA on it in his garage. I can always update him. Let's see, is this the right size? Yep. $220 people watching. That's awesome. Oops, what am I? There we go. Wrong size. Let's use this one. There we go. Not gonna need that. Oh. How much interest there? It's converting. Shows how much interest. Yeah. I didn't do a ton of advertising on this either. I don't know. Maybe I should have, but. How much was the bomb for this? Almost everything I'm using, I'm pulling off the shelf. So, there we go. There we go, without breaking it. This is the Steve Unbuilds portion of the stream, absolutely. Another end stop. We'll dig in there for those later. And I think pull this out. That's the right order, Chris. Charlie, all you guys, then me. I got pieces that it fell in here. Bearings. Oh. Bearings. As much as I love my 2.4 and V0, my Prusa is a workhorse. Yeah, the Prusas are a workhorse. I've always been happy with mine. Should be able to price the bomb items at KB3D. Yeah. The big, I mean, like, I think someone listed before, we have belts, MGN12 rails, bearings. You're gonna need some bearings. Domar, did you see the updated clicky mod for the Switchwire? I looked at that right before the stream. It looks interesting. I'm not 100% sure what solution I'm gonna use on this yet. Tony, $10, thank you. Over 200 people watching and almost all of them are members. Wonder how that happened. I have no idea how that happened. Yes, we will be wiping all the dust off. Don't worry. This sat for a bit. I think we'll be tweaking all of the making sure the frame's nice and square in all directions as well as part of this, as you should. First time seeing my conversion made in real time. Awesome. Are you the goes by Dark Dog on the forum, on the Discord. Okay, so this is gonna pull that out. We're not gonna need that lead screw anymore. That. Dust his character. Well, let's clean some of that character off. Let's minimize that number of character. I had that in there for something. Oh, I should probably, I'm gonna need to bring my quartz slab up here, because this frame is not this far out of square. This is my table. You see that? That's 99% my table. Here, we do this. You see all that movement. Now give me a second. Give me a second. Let's go ahead and put that slab up here because we're gonna need it. Make room, but note the amount of. Now I don't know how much there's still gonna be, but it's not gonna be that much. So let's clear all this off. And pull this guy up here. Oh, that's not good. Okay. There's a little bit, but not nearly as much. And we'll try to get rid of all of that. How big is this? It is about 2 feet square. I think it's like 27 inches by 24 inches. Didn't think the Charlie fur is that thick on the table. This is the only live stream that I'm late to. We'll watch it for the beginning. Hi, Manzi. I do have some rubber feet on the bob. There's 3. There's 2 here and 1 in the back, so that this is stable on the table. The whole 3 points thing. I will be removing the rubber feet, yes. I won't be trying to square this with the rubber feet in place, and they get replaced anyway. So let me let Charlie out, and we'll start this game. Give him about 3 minutes before he wants back in. Okay, where did my screwdriver go? Not that one. Now where'd all the bits go? There we go. Oh. Hi, Kelvin. All we're doing is unbuilding. Doing the unbuilding part of the stream. Oh, okay. That took a lot of torque. I'm not gonna put the ES15 through that. Yeah. Bill Brothers, gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. I miss Fry's as well. For all of its faults, I miss Fry's as well. We had 2 of them at one point here in Sacramento. Okay, put those in there and that in there. So I admit I did a test pull of the pressed on pulleys to see if I was going to be able to do this today. I moved this one about 1 millimeter. So we'll get to that here in a minute. And what is this one? Yep. Yeah. So we had the first fries that was here was not themed, although they later did a Western theme. The second one was like a old railroad theme. And it went down hard the last couple of years. They went to some consignment selling model that really didn't work. And I'm just gonna pull these apart. Instead of removing the top frame here to pull this off the top, I'm just gonna completely disassemble these plates because we're not gonna use them. Hey, Squirrel Brain. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's just somewhat keep these assemblies together, I guess. And then is there a driver from the front? Can I get to it? I don't know exactly how they do this. Is that turning? Yeah, there's got to be a driver from the front. What driver is it? This one? Yeah. I can't reach that one with the ES15, so you gotta let me have it. That's going there. And the last one, probably the same thing. Yep. Okay. Well, whatever. These all just go in the box. They're never going back together this way again. And this whole assembly here, there is nothing we will end up using. I don't know if these bearings are I don't think they're the same size as we use. Normally, yes. So I think I see some mention here. Normally this isn't assembled this way. Normally you take off the top. So what I do is take off the top bar and make sure these edges are deburred before you put it on and off, and make sure it's loose so you don't mar up the V-wheels on the edge of the extrusion. Okay, we are almost done. Let's pull these feet off. adhesive is rubbing off, rolling off with my fingers fairly well, so we'll just go with that. Don't want to leave any of that adhesive on there. It's going to affect how it sets when we're squaring the whole thing. Never understand why Fry's didn't have a cafe. The local one had a little cafe. Both? No, just the original one. The one in Burbank, the Hollywood one, had a pretty decent cafe. Yeah, I'm gonna get the majority of this off just by rolling it off. It's rolling off without giving me a blister, so. And then we'll use some IPA. And it's awesome to be here. I was waiting for this build for a while. I'm glad, Mehmet. I think this one was pretty anticipated. Hopefully it got out there. I posted it on Friday instead of my usual Saturday. Give it a little extra time. Let's see. Where is, oops. Here, and a paper towel. Oh, I've been to the one in Vegas. Obviously, it's casino themed. Slot machines and that. Actually, that's not touching it. It's friction, basically. Sacramento and Roseville Fry's had cafes, mostly just a snack bar though eventually. Where was the cafe in the Roseville one? I'm trying to think. Oh, I know where it was. It was in the middle. That's right. I remember now. I never went there. You walked by the one in Sacramento every time you went. It was right next to the magazines. I remember. When watch any 3D printing streams, I always have mental dialogue going on how to do it right and throw a few. Not with your streams? Well, that's good to hear. Although I've had more than a few WTFs moments. You just might not have caught them. Residue is a pain. Jotman, gifted 20 memberships. Thank you. Okay, so let's just give this whole thing kind of a wipe down. Since I've got the okay, we got some. Get down inside of some of these. Oh yeah. All the dust. It is unfortunate to not have those brick and mortar stores to be able to just kind of see what you're buying. Hold it in your hand. Oh, let me let Charlie in. That was a little more than the 2 minutes I expected. Yep, come on. Every time I open the door and he starts walking the other way. So it's like, nope. You want in, you're coming in. Oh, let's see. The fries on Thunderbird closed years ago. I like the stores can always know something useful is even available. That's true. Probably up inside here. Okay, let's see. Still got a little bit of rock there. Let's see how these are feeling. Let me break out a machinist square. And this one might be too big. Oh, no, it goes right into the slot there. So that's okay. That's actually nicely square. Let's just make sure. Let's see here. Nope, that's square. That in that direction. Yeah, both of these. I went through this machine when I first put it together. So most things should be pretty good. This is going to change anyway, but I'm just curious. And I can't really get a good angle on it anyway. That's a little tiny bit off. I don't think we'll be drilling. I don't think we'll be drilling. We'll look at the instructions here in a minute. I'm just going through and I don't think I can do anything about these. Let's see here. I don't think I can do anything about some of them, but other ones I might be able to. Do that and that. There we go. There we go. That is right on. Good. So a little adjustment there. I'm melting SP. Let's go to the documentation. So that's where we're gonna go next. Let's head off to this web to here. And there is a, come down here, there is a, for assembly tips regarding some unique parts of this conversion, check the wiki. So we're gonna look at a few things. And I think this is just where we're at. What is this? Assembly tips. This is the front idler as a reworked version. Oh, frame is where I wanted to go. There's some things here that we'll return to, but let's go to the frame. So, says remove the top front screw of each of the side bottom extrusions in order to have more clearance for the mounting screws for the XZ motor mounts. So they're talking about, this is the front of the printer, this screw here. And I don't have an ES15 bit that will fit here. So we're gonna pull this out right now and that's just gonna stay out. Okay. And we'll do the same on the other side. Hey, Dark Neutrino. I don't remember if I said hi before. Big thanks, Dark Neutrino, for your help in the registry reviews. You and Sanity have made that very nice, very easy. Edge of 3D, welcome. Okay. So now we go back. So we're removing those, and then move the central Y extrusion 2 centimeters to the front. Yep, it's already 3 months, Dark Neutrino. Move the Y central extrusion 2 millimeters to the front until the rear holes align with the front holes. And then you can either fasten just the 2 remaining screws, or even better, you can fasten the 2 remaining front screws normally at the frame holes and use 2 extra screws with hammer nuts for the rear. So that's what we're going to use, but we're not going to use hammer nuts. We're going to use the slide ins. So, ERCF update. This was my first print, Edge of 3D. Now, this is not as bad as it looks here. I stopped it because I needed to move on to a different project. And there are some skip steps here, but this is untuned. So, but I had the recovery process on the ERCF was easy. Unlocking it and doing what you need to do to fix it and then starting again was pretty easy. And then, so once I get this other filament, I'm going to work on some off-camera tuning. You can put a blind joint behind the 2 screws you just removed, but you would need to remove the other 6 screws to get access. You're right. That is absolutely right. I don't think I'm going to worry about it. I think it's going to be okay with the 3 screws. John and Chris, both 3 months. Yep, it does fly. Okay, so we're going to remove this and move it forward too. And then we'll go through and loosen everything and make sure, or at least loosen these 2 end ones and make sure it sits flat. Oh, I still got some residue on from the stickers here too. That stuff's tenacious. All off of here. So we're going to undo these. We'll be using the same stepper motor, Steve. We're going to try to use the same stepper motors. Now, I'm not going to try to use the same of everything, but I am going to try to use the same of some of it. So now basically you just take this and move this forward until those line up. And we'll have to square this up too. And DJ Natty, that was in my head when I said that. It is not what I intended. And Chris, I don't have a bit large enough for these screws for the ES15. I have been doing very good today at using the ES15. So, okay, I'm not going to completely tighten these. Does the Creality board use trinamic drivers? This one does not. I don't know exactly what, I think they're 4988s. Some of them do though, but this one did not. So it basically moves this forward 20 millimeters. Hey, Hobbyist Nuts. So now I want to slide in some T-nuts and then find a bolt that's going to be the correct length for this. I don't know if I have one. Will a 40? Will just a 40 work? No. What am I going to do for that? What am I going to do for that? Oh, okay. I have some, a button head does fit in the thing. That might work right there. I don't want that one. I think a 30 millimeter will work. I might be able to catch enough threads. Let's find out. M5 2020 T-slot nut. Let's see if I can, oops. Hi, Jason. Let's just push this through until we see that and that. And let's find out if I can catch any threads on these. I can. Okay. Hopefully it's enough to be able to properly tighten it. Okay. The problem is that the top of this surface lines up with that slot. I need to get some configuration here that is a good indication of square. Here we go. Maybe I can do this. This up to here. Then loosen all these a little bit. Just like that. 1, 2, 3 block would be a good idea as well, Sanity. And you know I have one. I just used one. The 1, 2, 3 block isn't as long. This long machinist square helps me get a little closer. This needs to loosen that and do the there we go. And take my time here a little bit. Good, good, good. And then these, I need to put more torque than I want to put on the ES15. Music stopped? Why did the music stop? Because I didn't put it on loop. Okay. I didn't put it on repeat. It should be back. Okay, that is good. Now, I want to fix this. So we're going to loosen 2 of these and leave 1. Leave 1 as a pivot point. Just do like that. Clamp the thing down. Tighten these. Oh, well, that didn't work. Let's see what we got going on here. Do we have anything? Oh. No, those are, here, let's see. No, they're not catching. Those might be catching a little bit. Those aren't catching. Those are catching just a tiny bit. Here, let's take a little extra time in the beginning. Those extrusions are connected by the Y max extrusion. It would be better to loosen to top Y extrusion to top Y extrusion. The Y max extrusion. This is the Y extrusion. This is all, these 2 extrusions are square. All I'm doing is working on this rock. This is better already. This is much better. There's a tiny bit of rock. I'm not 100% sure that the bottom is 100% flat either. Oh, I felt it shift there. Hi, Jace. The max extrusion. So I squared this up. This is square, this is square. There we go. I released a high point on this side. Oh. I released a high point. Just Okay, let's do this again. Wipe it all off. Wipe this off. Okay, now that those are cleaner, remeasure the top one. I will. I'll check it in a minute. Why is that? Ender reject squareness. Yeah. That's what I was trying to check earlier, Jose, whether the extrusions were protruding. And it's really hard to tell. Here, if we just slide this across, it's not catching. And these aren't catching. That one actually catches. Okay. Is this? There was a little bit I could tighten it. Yeah, that doesn't really help. There. That screw head is catching. Just try a different screw head. I'll have to check that extrusion for squareness again. It's probably the countersink here that's not quite the same as the rest of them. So what I'm gonna do is just hit the top of this a little bit. I'll hit the top of that, and then we will use the special anodizing pen to fix our sins there. And I know this is steel and you can't anodize steel, but that's what the pen's called. I didn't name it. Hey, we're on the same wavelength, B. McNichol. We think alike. There we go. That is better. So once again, everything's... Oh. That stupid sticker residue. We got some on the edges. I should have went and grabbed my orange cleaner. That stuff dissolves just about anything. And I know this is a lot of effort for an Ender 3, but why not? Oh, I'm off camera. I'm just trying to catch the edges. Okay. Now, all of that's straight. Let's do this again. Will there be a Switchwire R1 in the next year or so? There are a few pain points on the Switchwire that I think should be addressed. No promises on when is the thing. This is gonna be the last. This will be the last round of this. Whatever little tiny bit of rock there's left, I'm just gonna move on. There is a tiny bit. I don't know if I can, here, what is this? That goes that way. So what if I, see if I can, no, that's not doing it. I don't think the top is doing it because this is all square. This is square. Here, I guess the idea, the same idea would be loosen these, but here. Let's go nuclear on this. They will be canceled out. I'm about done. I'm just about done with this. Let's try this though and see what the frame looks like. Just about done. Okay. The top is no longer a factor. It is a little better. Let's wipe all this out while we've got it apart. Okay. That is quite a bit better. So let's square this up real quick. Hey Max, welcome. We're just playing with the frame. This is going to be still not perfect, but we're just going to call that. We'll just call that Ender. The Ender factor. That is now the Ender factor. Just check for any burrs on the bottom of these extrusions. Actually they look okay. Need more ugga-duggas. Yeah, this is about a, okay, so that's gonna go right like that. These need about a 5 on the ugga-dugga scale. Don't cut yourself out. Yeah. Well, it is cheese grade aluminum, right? Let's go. There, and then we'll check squareness here in a bit. Oh, that's fun. Is this build gonna have linear rails? It will. It'll have MGN12s all around. Let's see if I can get a... Yeah, bolting those on did introduce a little twist there, but we're gonna move on. And that ended up square. That one did not. So overcompensated a little bit. I'm not going to go through and remachine ends, so it's basically a matter of get it as good as I can. So that's square now. Now let's do a quick test to make sure I didn't, assuming these lengths are correct. Let's just make sure I didn't introduce $135.6. Ooh, 135.0. Which way do I want to take that? Because I don't want to leave that with a 0.6 millimeter difference. So let's try moving this one forward. I don't want to leave that with a 0.6 difference. That's still square. 135.3. So let's see if we can move this one back that bit. So it's a 0.3 difference now. Oh yeah, that moved. That moved. That's still square. $135.21. 135.26. I'm gonna call that good. Okay, frame's done. Frame is together. Hey, Pex Peppers. The notch on the bottom doesn't help. There's a printed mod to fix it. Oh, this notch? Well, no printed mod is gonna fix that, but there is a printed piece that's gonna take care of the sharp edges. Okay, so that whole thing was based on the modifications we did here by moving that Y extrusion forward 20 millimeters. And I think that's all we need to do. We'll end up putting these on later because I don't have these in 5x60s. And then this is this little piece that goes into that cutout. Let's put that on. Fastener tray. Let's see if the part I printed fits. What's this little piece here? Uh-oh. I've attracted the bots. How many people do we have? 250. So I think, hoping that just kind of snaps into there. Shaving all the plastic off as we go. So the frame is not going to sit flat now because this sticks out below it, but that's a good thing to protect the wires there. Now we don't have to worry about it at all because it's all over the place. Is there any noticeable deflection on your Y rail with the increased leverage from the forward shift? There's not enough weight here for that to be a difference. These are pretty beefy extrusions, even if they are whatever Creality extrusions. There's not enough weight there for that to be a big difference. We only moved it 20 millimeters. So I'm gonna start putting rails on. And I'm going to, and give me a second because I forgot to prep this. I'm going to bring up the CAD. So I need to close it on my other computer. And close Fusion 360 because you can only have it open on one computer at a time, and start it up over here. I didn't coin that cheese grade aluminum phrase. I heard it from Max. Oh crap, I gotta log in. Give me a second. Then my phone, which is not in my pocket. And then we're mostly just going to refer to the CAD for general placement and make sure I don't forget something. I suppose you could loosely follow the Switchwire assembly process, but we're just going to YOLO it. Give me just a second more. Okay. Okay, what am I catching up? Is there any noticeable deflection? I answered that one. I haven't seen a Charlie inspection before proceeding. It's probably not a bad idea, but he's sleeping and he's having a nightmare. His paws are shaking, so I won't disturb him right now. Hey Steve, weird thought, where space allows any reason not to use 9mm pulleys versus the spec 6mm pulleys. You'd have to redesign a lot of stuff. Spacing, all your spacing is going to change. Okay, here's the cat. We're going to just turn off the panels. And I'm going to be working So I need these parts and the bottom stop. So the bottom stop, the top stop, and the rails. Show on camera. I can't get an angle to that. He's underneath the workbench here. Okay. Top stop. Bottom stop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We have a problem. We have a problem. I didn't hit +1 on these. Okay, let's get that started. Give me a minute. I gotta get this printing. We can install 1/2 of this, but I need to get another one of these two printing. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's do it on the trident. And I went through and looked at all the parts too. And of course I missed the quantities on these. This will be a quick print. Let's get this heat soaking and get this up to swap filament temperature. We have plenty of things we can do while this prints. We don't have to go in order here. Edge of 3.3, you doing some of the Sanjay bust? I've got bits of it. These are what I've claimed so far. So this is a part I haven't labeled, but this is KVP Stellar Blue. This one is Nova Maker Blue, like a fluorescent blue. This one is Sparta Sparkle Fluorescent Blue. And this one is Sparta Sky Blue Sparkle. So, yeah. So for everyone, for ERF, East Coast Rep Rap Festival, they're doing a Sanjay bust, and there's about 420 pieces that are involved in that. So they're asking the community to print them, to claim a piece. There's a whole website around it, to claim a piece and print it and ship it off to them so they can build this bust. And they're at up to almost a couple hundred of them that have been claimed, but there's still quite a few left. Charlie, oh shoot, something dropped. Okay, I'm back. It's like 423, I think. Okay, bits and pieces. That's still heating up. Oh, well, it would help if I actually hit enter on the new temperature for the nozzle so I can swap the filament. Oops. Okay, these are gonna go on there. That goes to the bottom. That goes to the top. my glasses. Grab my rails. That is ready, so here, let's just do this. Unload filament. Come on. I'll wait for that to process. I don't know why it takes so long. What rails are these? These are some LDO rails that I have sitting around. See ya, Bill Brothers. Delmar, I do have that set up on some of the printers. I don't have it set up on this one for some reason. The Ender is 24 volt. Now let's go. Choo. This up here and black. Just plain black. Code filament. There we go. I use a macro, and then I usually do, since that had a color in between it, I'll throw a a manual extrude on there. What material is spec'd for the bust? They didn't specify, so all of mine have been ABS. And then a little extra extrude there. Now you're gonna have to bear with me because I don't have a profile set up on this computer to print to that quickly. So let me get that going and slice it and throw it over there. It's only take a second. Now, where is that? Those are in the gantry probably. XZ axis, and then not that. X carriage stop. There we go. And it's Z carriage stops is what they're actually called. Slice it and send it over. Okay. That is sliced and sent to the printer. Bring that back down to my warm-up temp. Xavier, you're going to issue a serial for the 2.4 you are building for your friend. He can do a serial if he decides to. I'm not going to. If it was Trident, I might be tempted to do it. Might be tempted if it was a Trident. Okay, we are going to do a minimal soak on this because those are just small parts and get this moving. See the camera view, it should be going. Come on, John. Okay, these are good. I only need one right now. Let me get some fasteners ready. So M3 peanuts and some M3 by 8. Submit a serial video, I'll comment on your wiring. There won't be anything to comment on. Okay, and start the print. Oops, not that one. That one. And camera view. There we go. Still have 276 parts needing. I'll probably print at least probably 2 more. I don't want to, unless it gets down to closer and they're shy, then I'll print a bunch. But I'll print probably 2 more. Here. Now for this first layer, I want to actually see it go down. Make sure I don't have to baby step the first layer. Come on. Oh, there we go. Is that good? Yeah, it's fine. Awesome. Okay, back to this. I'll watch if it gets close. I'll print a bunch more if needed. Yeah. I have to stop the Death Racer project. I am collecting parts for the Death Racer. I haven't started printing yet. I have a radio now. I have the bearings. I have all the little 2mm rods. I have the servo for the boom. And I already had the servos for the arms. And I have the motors. Even though they're deciding to go with a 540 motor now, it looks like. At least for a pro version. Okay, let's go back here, but look at the just get a view here. So that's probably going to need to be looking at orientation for the T-nut. Probably going to have to go that way on both ends. How are your buggy parts built? I know. I hear ya. I hear ya. I need to work on that. So the 3D sets buggies are in a holding pattern only for getting time to get the stuff printed and getting in between other projects. So we're gonna go there, there. Have everything but the motors. That was a good plan there, Edge of 3D. The motors are expensive, and if they're going to 540s, then you're probably good to have waited. Oops. Was that your car in the LDO Trident picture? What picture? My car in the LDO Trident picture. Is there a picture out there? I don't know what picture we're talking about. Let's see. There. Go to LDO docs. If it's on LDO docs, it's definitely not my car. I can't think of anywhere where a picture of my car would be though, either. I can't think of anywhere. Oh, it's like a 3D printed Land Rover. I have a 2019 STI. That's my car. And this one. That and one more. That line up. I don't think I can get an angle on that one with the ES15, so we're gonna go like that. Oh, a little 3D printed Land Rover? Yeah. You have a jig for centering that? Of course I do. It's nothing special. So these two stops kind of hold it in its position, just with this piece all the way up against the top. And then what do we have? 2020. I've got a whole collection of these on the back of my bench here. So I need the 2020 MGN15. That's these. There we go. Hi, Ravenous. Do you have to give the ender frame cyclosporine to prevent it rejecting the lineage? Is that the meds you get for an organ transplant? Okay, starting from the center and working our way out. Ah, the magnet on that is not very strong. See ya, Beartastic. Okay, now I need an actual driver to torque these a little bit. Okay, so one on, we're waiting for the printed parts. Those are only going to be a few minutes. So while we wait for that, let's play around with removing pulleys. So we're not really there. We're going to play around with removing pulleys. So removing these pressed on pulleys. I've tried a couple of solutions. I tried a printed part. It did not even come close to working. I tried these inexpensive pullers off Amazon and it was bending, so it was not working. I did not try heat. I didn't want to heat up the stepper, but this did not work. I wouldn't advise that unless you wanted to take the gamble and combine it with heat. What I found that seemed to work was this monster. This is all steel, has a 5mm shaft option. It is this guy on Amazon. Great Plains Pinion Gear Puller. The problem with this is, how many steppers can you buy for $28? So I would not advise buying this. I would probably advise replacing the steppers. Unless you wanted to cut them off. We could try like heat gun level heat, but that's about what I can do in here. But I had already, like I said, I had already started pulling this one off. I don't know what level of effort it's gonna take to pull the rest of the way, but let's find out. Oh yeah, I broke it loose, so I didn't pull it, but that pulled, and it's still straight. There are many ways to solve this problem. This is just the way I took. Yeah, this is a useful tool to have around. But if this is a single purpose for you, I don't think it's worth it. Let's see what I can do with just heat gun level heat. Can you guys hear that, or only when I'm talking? I'll try to minimize my talking then. Let me just heat this up. I don't know how much I'm gonna heat it. I don't want to heat the stepper. I want to just heat the pulley as much as I can. Gareth, I would be very cautious of using a long flathead screwdriver because you're going to bend the stepper shaft. Oh, yeah, that got hot. Yep, it just broke. It just broke free. Oh, I thought it broke free. Oh, that broke free. Did you hear that? There we go. So they are not equal length on the steppers, so I'll have to pick which side it goes on so that the set screw can hit the stepper. I got it hot enough that enough heat transferred. This is warm. Ooh, and that's toasty. So that is removing the pulleys, or the pulleys from there. And I need to grind a flat on the shaft, yep. And Gareth, I hear that they are it varies significantly on how much effort it takes to pull those. So Kyle, what my intent is, I think, is to assemble this first without a flat. We're gonna assemble it. I'm gonna tighten them down, and that'll put the set screw will put a mark on the stepper where it's tightening down. Probably off camera in between this weekend and next, I will take a Dremel and I'm just gonna grind a little flat in that spot and then put the pulley back on in that spot. Here, in case anybody wants to, and this is not an affiliate link, in case anybody wants to check out that puller, that should be it. Okay, where are we at? We are at 71% done on that print already. So while we're waiting for that, we can put all the a puller can mean other things in German. I have no idea what. Only grind it where you need it. Yep, that's the plan. And absolutely, rather buy a new stepper. That's for the cost of a puller that you know is going to work. You can probably get two steppers that are at least equivalent in quality to this. Why don't all steppers have flaps on the shafts? Well, when you're pressing a pulley on there, you don't need to spend the extra money to put it through the grind the flat machine. Not an affiliate link. I actually should set up, if they'll let me, should set up an Amazon affiliate, but I'll always provide a non-affiliate. Always will provide the option to not. Is there a place where you can buy all the parts for the conversion? There are certainly places where you can buy all the parts, but I don't know that you can buy them as a like a kit. Does anybody know of a place? It might be tough because, I mean, for one thing, how common are the Ender 3 Pros now? And each Ender is probably going to be some slightly different thing you're going to need to do. The flat is usually ground before the stepper is assembled. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so that one's in place. We're waiting on the print to finish. I think I can probably at least get the T-nuts in here for the Y extrusions. Let's see. Confirm Y extrusions are going in the top, and it looks like all the way forward. Or the Y rails. Y rails, not extrusions. All the way forward. We're gonna go there, there, 3. There. Do you need to depulley a whole bunch of ender motors? Got from a garage sale then maybe? Yeah. Where are we at? 95%. Did everything on my Switchwire, D-racked like 5 times, nylock mod, even changed the extrusion, and still can't get a perfect first layer on the Mark 52 bed. I'm not gonna, it'll be hard to get into that in detail here without seeing like your mesh and stuff like that. If you're really having trouble with that Max 3D prints, put in a ticket on the Voron Discord. That way you can share pictures and a bunch of really helpful folks can chime in. Okay, this one is done. That print is almost done. Where is the STL for the screw tray? I published that on printables. While we're waiting for that print, we can go there. So this is at 100%, so it's basically done. Let's go printables. And let's just less than hex. That'll get us there. Here we are. Less than hexagon parts tray. I call it less thin because it's a remix of the thin hexagon desk tray. And there is a link for you. And it's done. Hey, there's our parts. And I'm gonna pull these hot because I don't want to wait. Woo. Oh, and that's very hot. This will cool it down real quick. I beat you to it, Sanity. There we go. Yep. There we go. Okay, these pieces go right on here. Hot, 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 hot. That goes up in there. And then the bottom one goes right here. Okay. Oh, let's just do this because I could switch back and forth between the ES3, the ES15 and this, but they're not much use. Hey, Zero G, how you doing, man? Okay. Oh, we're gonna need those. Oh. I didn't print that either. We will make do though. I think there's a special alignment tool for these Y rails, but I think we can make do without it. Voron Noob, I need that. I keep meaning to set up a standard description with those kind of things on it. I just haven't. Those move nice. Welcome to the day, Scott. Whoa. Let's do the Y extrusion, the Y rails. So these are going to go to the end. That. Oh, I had those wrong. Here we go. These are going to go on there. Uh-oh. I am off on all of these. PF Dennis, thanks for gifting the memberships. And one more. Uh-oh. Crap. That one came... These T-slot nuts are loose. Are loose in these extrusions. Kind of a little difference from the Masumi extrusions where they can be a little tight. So that one actually had come completely loose. So now we can do this. And put this one back in. Well, we're up over 250 people in here, so there's a good chance we've got non-members. Lots of them probably not chatting. Okay, so I did not print the special alignment tools for these. So what I'm going to do is cut a leg off of these. I've got a couple extras, so we're good. I'm going to cut a leg off of these, and then I'm going to clamp them in place, and then that should keep things nice and consistent. So I'm just going to take this guy and... Holy moly, that went flying. So now this will go here, and I can just put one of my clamps on there, and that'll keep things... That will keep things nice, and I'm gonna face away on this one. Oh, that one didn't go. That one wasn't as explosive as the other one. Then I've got some little clamps here that I think, nope, not those. Actually, I might be able to just hold it. Big spider in my dry box. Yeah, that's one of those, people have noticed that over the years. The spider in my dry box, and they're referring to the, one of my parts on printables is a dry box setup. Oops, I didn't need these. And it has a spider in it. I'm gonna flush with the front because that's what it looks like in CAD. And I'm just going to touch these off on the ends, holding it now in place since there isn't a second side for this. And I'm just touching it down. I'm not actually tightening, just bottoming. And this should be good enough. This worked. This worked well. Piezoetic spider. Scott, the Ender3 Pro has a 40/40 Y extrusion here. So now this, do I have some stops that'll work for this? There's no stops in this setup, so I need something to keep this from flying off the end. And I thought I had, where did I put those? Don't have anything. These don't actually fit, and I'm surprised. Maybe I can make it fit. Magnets for stops. It's not a bad idea. Oh, yeah. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. Good idea. That's not going anywhere. Great idea. They are hard drive magnets, yes. Oh, I have stops on this one. Stops already in there. Just put that in number 2 spot. There. 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 And there. I'd be a little concerned about magnetizing the rail. It won't hurt it. There's nothing that it's gonna do. Where'd that one go? There we go. Woo! Nope. There's nothing that, even if it did get magnetized, there's nothing that it would do. Not lining these up very well. Where are you at? There you are. What is going on? There we are. I got a bum. Okay, I gotta have a bum rail there. Or T-nut. It's not threading in. So we're gonna start over. Oh, I can tell it's not right. Something's going on with this one. Yeah, there's all kinds of crap in the way. Okay. It just had shavings in the threaded hole. There we go. It'll still work. It just had to clean out the shavings. Oop. Always talking to myself. You talking to me or talking to someone else? Oh, is someone at themselves? Oh, he did. I see. That worked. Okay, back to this setup. There, and go there. So then hold this down. Flush with the front. And hold this down. Back. Okay. Tighten it inside to out. Hey, 007. Welcome. Okay, I think that'll be fine. And that's not my only set of those, so cutting some up wasn't a big deal. Okay. Rails done. What if we what if we put some feet on this so it's not rocking around, or at least I have a stable platform to put it on, to work on it. Got these feet risers, and then I have some compressor feet. Some compressor feet. So let's do that. So this thing's not rocking all over the place. So this will go something like that, I think. Oh, and are these going to be some of the 35mm screws? Let's find out. We might be able to get away with some 30s. So these are the spec feet from the from pre 2.4 R2 and Trident. So just the rubber compressor feet. Yep, that'll work. Awesome. And mostly I'm putting these on right now just so it's not rocking on the table. These are the OG ones, yes. Where are M5 T-nuts? These are very loose fit in here, the T-nuts. These are all the LDO ones that I have for Masumi style extrusions. Can I show what on camera? The feet? These are just something I have in the shelf. I think I got them off Amazon. Is this what you wanted to see, Sanity? You can print these as well. They turn out pretty well. TPU printed. I have some, and they're a little stiffer. They don't sag as much if you print them. These aren't for, yeah, you're right. These aren't for V-slot, these, but they're working. Why compressor feet and not amp feet? Because I don't have any amp feet on the shelf, and the build actually has these in, or a TPU version in CAD. And for the weight of this printer, these will work just fine. And they'll be nice, and it'll be nice and solid. So there we go. Nice and stable now. Oh. I think if I build up the y-axis, I won't have to worry about this, these rails coming off. So I think that is the plan. Now I don't have the 60mm bolts. I'll have those by next stream to bolt the front skirt and everything in place. But I think we can get the y-axis built. So we have parts for the Y tensioners, and we have Y stepper mounts. Where's the other Y? Oh, there it is. That and that. Okay. Where are we at? My 2.4 has Marshall amp feet. Didn't want to extend the skirt to OG Switchwire length. No, because this isn't going to be enclosed. So it's going to get these extensions here that bolt to this, and then the, I don't know, and then the skirt bolts to the front right there. And that's how much it's going to stick forward. And then the deck panels I made are for all of this. So let's put this front Y assembly together, I think. Now I feel like I wonder why this doesn't have maybe a built-in end stop for the carriages. That might be handy. But I think I need some bearings. Two bearings. Let's look at the CAD. This series is going to add so many subscribers to your channel. Well, I am trying to hit that magic 5K number, and it's only magic because it sounds cool. It feels like a milestone to me. Excuse me. Go back to the CAD. Oh, actually, let's go to the documentation. The wiki had information on this. Assembly tips and this. So the front idler is reworked. It is using a single screw to pull the idler assembly back and tighten the belt. So this is the Y motor mount. So it looks like we need 2 shims, 2 bearings, and an M5 by 16 and an M3 nut. So let's see, M3 hex nut. And what size is that M3 bolt on the front? Does it say? No, so let's go to CAD. So this guy here, if we right click on that and find in browser, right click, find in browser, that is an M3 by 12. M3 by 12. What do we got? Yeah, just a regular bearing stack for that, but I'm putting this piece together, and it uses a hex nut in there and not a heat set insert. So I'm going to actually grab a longer M3 screw for the first bit, just so I can thread the nut on here and then just pull it back through. And then 2 shims. Just a regular Voron bearing stack. A shim, a bearing, a bearing, a shim. And then an M5 by 16 bolt. So I just kind of go through here and let's see. There we go. then this is going to thread into plastic, so don't over tighten. And an M3 by 20 is probably what they actually want. Oops, I'll show you what I'm doing. Let's find this in the browser and hide it. And this guy. Is an M5 by 20. I don't have M5 by 20s. This wasn't called out as a fastener that was needed. Do I have an M5 by 20 in a different kind of... Oops. Oh, I might have a stainless. Here we go. I have a stainless M5 by 20. That'll work. And I'm not super thrilled with that hex nut in there because it fell out while I was moving around. Okay, so that needs to come out. This all needs to come out because that hex nut fell while I was over here. Let's put that back in here. I'm not thrilled with the hex nut here, but we're gonna try to make it work by being a little more careful with it. So hex nut in there. Now I got a 20 millimeter bolt now. Put this here. Keeping this vertical so I don't lose that. So I don't lose the hex nut in there. Oh, more bots? Okay. That doesn't tighten down very well, but I think it gets captured in here, so I'm not going to worry about it. It looks like the head is on this side, so that's going to go like that, and then we're going to try to catch that nut in here. Try to catch that nut and see how much adjustment we actually have. That's probably enough, so that's all together now. So, okay, so that's all together. That's fine. Okay, so let's move this stuff over there. And the Y stepper mount. So I missed 2 heat sets, so I need to put 2 heat sets in. Hey, Marlon. I think those are the only 2 I need to put in. And I'm going to clean up the mating surfaces here, just to make sure they fit together well. And these are really, didn't over extrude at all on these, so, or very, very little. So this is gonna go on the back side. This bolts on like this. So I think I want to bolt that on first. I think I want to use 16s for that, but let's confirm. That fastener right there is an M5x10. Okay, we'll use 10s. I got plenty of 10s. A little tight on the there we go. I'm just gonna loosely tighten these on and then put the stepper in there. The head, the pocket for these bolts is not large enough. See if I can force it in there. Is not large enough for a button head screw. Oh, we're using socket heads. Nobody has socket head 10 millimeters. Nobody has 10 millimeter socket heads. Okay. That's why that's not working. That's why that's not working, is we ventured away from the standard. We ventured away from the standard part thing. Now, fortunately, it appears that a low profile M5 will work. So this is a low profile screw. I could drill it out. I'm gonna use these low profile screws. If Dark Dog is looking for feedback, I would suggest opening those up for a button head. Open them up to about 11 millimeters, I think it is. I'm also inclined to agree with Maker Source suggestion on these should really be M5x16s to get enough thread engagement. There's 5 millimeters, it looks like, otherwise. That's not horrible, but I would go M5x16s, and I'd open them up for button heads. I don't... Were those M5x10s that were holding the factory one? They could have been. Now I'm gonna get told that I should. No, they were button heads. They were button heads that were holding the factory rear piece. I'm gonna switch these to 16s because I think it's a good idea. And I don't know the order of assembly here. I don't know how hard this belt is going to be to run, but let's start with this. And it goes there. I'm not really tightening these yet. Oh, that's running through the... There we go. These are on the edge of okay. I guess I will tighten these. I don't want to have to get back in there later. Why not 12? Because 12 isn't in our standard box of parts. It's really nice when mods, we try to minimize the unique number of fasteners in a build. There's got to be a really good reason to add a fastener. But it is nice when you pull from the existing parts list or part shelf, whatever. About M5 by 50 for the stealth burner. Meant to order M3. Okay, I am going to use the extruder stepper for Y. So let's take the... And that one has a flat ground in it already. So Y is going to go here and probably face the thing down. And then we're probably a 40mm screw, it looks like. And a pulley. Yeah, the extruder stepper is larger. That is true. So we're gonna do, I think we're gonna do something like that. And more butts. Hope the cutout in the bed tray is big enough. The cutout for what? That goes there. Okay. Y stepper there. Now, let's figure out, I'm just gonna eyeball this a little closer. It's gonna be right about there. Now some steppers. Let me take care of these butts. Okay. Is this more affordable than a normal Switchwire? Yes, but it's not going to be as nice. Steve is popular with the bots today. Ban the envelope with a heart and that should take care of the bots. Can you ban just characters? Okay, of my scraps, let's see if I have something that is going to work here. Nope, not that one. I'd rather use up existing cutoffs. Maybe that'll work. Okay, let's just go with that. That might be enough for the X and Y. Mad Chami, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, a little bit of extra. Maybe enough for X and Y. Thanks, man, Chammy, for $5 from the DFH crew. Thank you. Okay, so one neat thing, I kind of like this, using the center of the 40/40 here for the belt path. And then up and around here. Now let's take care of the front. Yeah, this is the Pro, not the V2. This is the original Pro. Now I'm hoping that I can get these. This is gonna. Okay, I'm gonna use my reamer. Everybody remember where we get the reamer set? Let's see if I have I think I have an 11mm reamer. Maybe even 10 will do it. What size do I need to get these to work? Oh, a 9 will do it. Okay, do I have a 9? That one's 9, right? Where do we get the cool reamer set? That's 9. KB3D has a cool reamer set. And this is not going to look great because it's a angled. Might have to clean that up a little bit. I don't have a handle on here. I'm just doing it by hand. But I don't want to force that head in there. And what can I do? What can I do? There we go. Get it past that. Don't want to force the head of that screw in there and split the part. I'll just get a little bit of scrape that. There we go. Yeah, I've 3D printed handles for them also, but there we go. Now it slides in there. So this comes through here. I've got a, this is apparently I used this belt on something, so I'm going to cut the end off. And then up through here. I'm just a reamer. There we go. There. Cool. Now we've got the wide belt routed. That's good. A reamer is a better tool for what I just did because it won't make the hole deeper. A drill will catch, and you're likely to just put, especially that size drill, you're likely to just drill all the way through and ruin the part. Okay, for those of you that were on the members stream last month, we redesigned one of the parts, and this is the original, and this is the Y carriage frame, and it slips on here and bolts to the two MGN12 cart carriages for Y motion, right? The concern I had with this part, and it was good content for the members only stream, was that this is one piece with a set width, and when you tighten that against these two carriages, they're not going to remain parallel. They're not going to remain, it's going to pull in some direction. Like there's a little bit of play here. When I tighten this down, it's going to pull those carriages, or it's going to pull the part and put some stress on it, not in the way that we want. Poor description, but hopefully that makes sense. What we did on stream is I split this. I split it into two pieces, right down the middle of the belt path. That way, when this bolts down and this bolts down, there's some allowance for that to not be perfect, for that to not be a perfect width. And a great suggestion by the members was to split it down the belt path. That way, the belt clamps can help to hold this middle together. And we ovaled these holes just a little bit to allow for any, allow for it to still line up. So we're going to use my modified parts, but if something goes south with that, and I didn't think of something or whatever, I have this just in case. But this is one of the few changes, really, I made 2 changes to the setup. I made a change here and I made a change I'll talk about in a bit. So I think we can bolt these to the side of these carriages right now. And I'm seeing, yeah, they are M3 by 8s. But these should go. The part is over constrained. Thank you. That is what I was, thanks Mermaid. The part is over constrained. So I'm hoping by splitting it down the middle, we can resolve that. And I'm not going to fully tighten these because I don't know exactly how much play there is and where it's going to want to sit in the end. And more bots. Causing me to drop my screwdriver. Do we still have any moderators around? I do not expect moderators to do anything, but I will catch them if they don't. Let's see. Oh, Sanity, thank you. I was just about to catch them. I was clicking. Okay, I think I need to pull these off again because there are a couple of M5 nuts that go up in here and I can see now I'm not gonna be able to get to them. So let me pull these off and get those M5 nuts in there. I didn't even try to ban anything there, Dead Bob. That would require me getting into another part of the interface, I think. So let me pull these off and grab some M5 hex nuts. Okay, M5 hex nuts. Let's see how well. Oh, those are loose in there. Those are loose in there. They're just gonna fall right out when I try to assemble this. So let's just use a little bit of the CA glue that I have in the other garage. Make a spam bot a moderator. So give me a moment. I need to go get my CA glue that I took into the other garage for some reason, so I can glue these into place so they don't just keep falling out on me. Now would be a good time to insert an ad. I don't have those turned on. You might want to make sure the original bed carriage can clear the Y stepper. The cutout is a certain size to clear the original smaller stepper. Oh, really? Here, let's just, that is a strong hard drive magnet. It's not going to get anywhere close to there. The carriage here, maybe are you talking about something else? We'll find out. I will be right back. I will do this trick of maybe increasing the background music just a little bit. Is that too loud? I haven't actually done this, so I don't want to blast anyone. The bed carriage where the bed was mounted to. Is the music okay? It should be a little louder, but hopefully not too loud. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? It's the bed carriage where the bed was mounted to. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try this glue, I think. Hey, Charlie. Ah. How much cat hair is on the screw I dropped? Oh yeah, all the cat hair. It's reinforcement at this point. Wow, that was not what I was aiming for. That was not what I was aiming for. Okay. Let's see if I can do it better this time. I hard mounted my bed, so I had no issues. We will find out. Seems to be a pretty sturdy glue. Okay, one of them glued up. I gotta get the other one off and glue it up. I didn't know cat hair tasted like reinforcement. I don't know what I would do different here, if anything. This seems like just one of those, we don't have M5 heat sets in. Maybe just a little different spacing on the bolt holes. Bye, Charlie. Maybe a little different spacing on the bolt holes to make this a little tighter. Maybe a little more of a press fit. Last one more. And is this a CA based? Where's the box for it? I don't know what it's based on. If I had enough cat hairs, I could just push it in and it would just hold together, right? Let's try some accelerator and see if it works. Oh, there's the bots again. The Gorilla stuff I have here is CA based. This other stuff is called DAP Rapid Fuse. It says better than super glue, but I don't know if it's actually super glue. Let's see here. I think I got him. Okay. They are not falling out, so let's hope that is... They continue to not fall out. Gorilla makes all kinds of adhesive. Not just super glue. I think their main stuff is very not super glue based. Not cyanoacrylate. Did I get that right? I think I got it right. Okay, so one of them on there. Now the other one on here. Oh, I left the music high. Sorry. I hope it's not too high. Only old music and no new ditty. Oh, you hit unhide. It's cyanoacrylate. Oh, I thought it was. Oh, okay. Okay. So that is going to go like that. This belt goes up like that. And we have a couple of clamps. Get the clamps. And then I think these are different length screws depending on which. So this is the rear ones. That is an M3 by 20. And then the front ones, I think were something else. M3 by 12s. Rears are 20s, fronts are 12s. And 20s. I think this is a 20. Good night, Nathan. Thanks for being here. Cyanoacrylate. That's what I said before, right? So, holy moly, those are long. Those can probably be 16s. I don't know. Those going through? Yep. Okay, I don't want to waste too much of this, so let's go about that much. See ya, John. Have fun at the beach. That's moving smooth. I don't see anything wrong there. And that's going to come up like that. And then this is going to go across like that. That. And the 12s go in the front here. If I can get to them. Now, I'm not even going to try to use the ES15 on this. Am I actually grabbing? I am not. So those 12s aren't even. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Okay, let me get my only other longer ball head driver. That's what's going on. Okay, 12s are correct there. I just wasn't getting a good angle on them. I don't need a lot of room. There we go. Have a good one, John. Thanks for being here. That looks like it's working pretty well. Let's pull all of this slack through. That feels good. I think we're going to end up needing to cut these flush. So, and then this is the adjustment for the final belt tension. That's actually feeling pretty good right there. Now the plate, this guy, we need to take these off. For as funny a very long driver, it does come in handy. That's absolutely true. It may be funny, but it's very useful. Oh. Ah. Ah. Makes me want to dig out my old CR10 Mini and Switchwire it. I had a thought to turn my CR10 into an IDEX Switchwire. But that's not going to happen. I have too many other ideas for projects that sound more fun than that. I even started some CAD work on it, but mostly just like skirts and stuff. Will you be uploading your carriage version if it works? I will, absolutely, but I'll offer it to Dark Dog. If he agrees, or they agree, I'm sorry, I don't know. If that is something, but it doesn't have to be. It's just something I wanted to do. Okay, are there spacers that we do here? So it looks like that bolts straight down, which means we really need to flush cut those. We need to flush cut those belts. So I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good about the belt length and tension and everything here. So I am going to go for it. Let's see if I can get a better flush cut with my engineer cutters. Just a little better. Make sure that this is tight enough. Everything's still moving smooth. And I'm really at the far edge of the adjustment here. So if there ends up being any stretch or anything, I've got plenty of adjustment. So I'm just gonna go for it. We can sit here and think about it, or we can just do it. Now, which side was this on? Where are we at? Bed assembly. Let's get rid of that. And the magnet and the bed. There we go. So this goes this way. Leave one a bit longer. I can't. There's no room for it to be longer. I think they need to be flush. That is going to go right like that. What size fasteners do they tell us to use? Looks like 16s. Oh, what do we got? There we go. Uh-oh. We got some sort of congratulations. I don't know what what it was. I just saw the pop-up from Discord. Oh, I'm not ready. I'm not really ready to put this on, but because I haven't put the... Here, this has to be all loose first. There. But I'm not really ready to put it on it, but it does seem to be correct. And honestly, Sanity, there might have been just enough room to do that, looking at it. But I don't know. Here. Now let's pull this off, because I have to pull this off anyway, because I need to put the cable chain mount on. But if we look at this, that is the space. I don't know that that's enough. Here's a little bit of belt. A little bit of belt there. Sticks up over that surface, so it'd have to squish a bit. It might be okay. But that's okay. I cut it flush, it's fine. Maybe a little notch might help right there. Cable chain mount. There we go. And of course, I missed a couple of heat sets, so let's do that. And that's going to go on there like that. So I'm going to put them in from the top. Okay. Let that cool off a little bit. If there was a notch, it could be folded sideways in that inner space. Well, it could just hang out in this space in the middle. It's not going to do anything. I think that can come off. The stops in this other. Jeff Lowell. Hi, Steve. Just wanted to thank you for all the great streams and videos. Just about done with my self-source Varon 2.4. Congratulations, and thank you for the $5. What is this saying? The back right bed screw is going to run into the Y-axis motor if you're using the 40mm motor. I had to use a small thumb screw like on the Trident. I don't think I'm going to use those big... Are you talking about these guys? You're talking about these guys? I don't think I'm going to use them. I think I'm going to use some silicone spacers and then just some nuts and then just set them and then rely on the bed mesh for the rest. But I think I see what you're talking about. So if this was sitting here, then this, here, that was sitting there, that would probably hit. I'm not all the way back because I have a stop there. But I think, is that what you've been talking about? Several of you have been talking about? Currently printing the skirts and other parts that it needs. A great many thanks. Huge thanks to Charlie too. Of course. Okay, this is cooled down enough. That's probably an M3x8. Yeah, those black ones, yeah. I'm probably not going to use them. So hopefully that makes it not an issue. Okay. chain mount is on. Is there anything else I have to worry about before I bolt this on? Z20, oh yeah. So chain mount, that guy right there. So it was just two M3x8. 10s would have worked, 12s would have worked. 8 seemed like they only grabbed a couple of threads, but that'll be okay. So. Okay, I'm gonna square the carriage here up to the frame by grabbing the X extrusion here and then just push this here and see how we do. There. So I'm just gonna hold that there. Now it's not resting on this belt. I'm just kind of holding it square. And then I'm gonna tighten these down. Probably diagonally. Hey, Derek. So a very similar method I use when building a switchwire to squaring the gantry. It's taking an extrusion and then we can be sure that the carriage here is at least parallel with this face here. See you, Emmanuel. Now, it feels like it moves smooth, so I'm gonna call that good. It's nice and it's very stable. I like that. Okay. Now, probably the end stop keeps this from going all the way back. So maybe let's put the end stop on the back. Let's pull this front out. Okay. So that's stopped there on the front idler mount. So for the back, let's set up the end stop. So the end stop is that mount there and one of the Creality end stops. We got a Creality end stop and the end stop mount. Can you go to max Y? Max rail? I don't know. I'm gonna see. I don't want to go to the rear because there's nothing stopping it. I wanted to put this all together. That's why I'm doing the end stop next. I can go to the front. This is the max distance on the front, but to go to the rear, I want to put this on first so I don't drive the carriages off the back of the printer. What about the converted Ender makes it worse than the original Switchwire? The frame setup is not as rigid as an original Switchwire. It's not as easy to enclose. That's pretty much it, I think. Well, that screw's gone. I wanted to use black screws anyway. Now I think I'm gonna need the control of a regular driver here. And these are just threading into plastic. Oh yeah, the bed is not as good either. That's a good point. The bed is definitely not as nice. What are those black and red circles for on the back of your bench? Oh, this is it used to be a 12 volt power supply, but I've recently converted it to 24 volt. It used to be 12. I put a 24 volt supply in there instead. I did that a few weeks ago. Okay, a couple of months ago now. Okay, so that's there. And then it is a couple of M3, there we are. It might make sense because the Ender3 V1 only has a 2040 center rail. So that, and do I have enough room? Yeah. That, and a couple of M3x8. Centerless homing wouldn't work for Y. It would. I don't see why not. But this is also a rear, a rear end stop. This is also the, not end stop, but it's a carriage stop. Hi, Skydown. Okay, so now that sits there. According to the CAD, it just gets buttered up there. So now I should be able to pull that, and that's the, and it does just miss right there. So if I'm not using these wheels, then I think I'm okay. And I mean, here, let's see if this will even focus. Okay, so if I am able to always have that clocked into that notch, then it would still be okay. But if it ends up there, then it won't. If it was right there, then it lines up. But I'm not going to use these, so I'm okay. But this is at the max travel. It's the frame isn't going to hit there. I think the Y axis is good. Okay. This is, oh, okay. So now I'm going to adjust the pulley here just to center the, where am I at? There we are. Just to center the, okay, that ought to work. Okay. We're going to use V0 bed screws. I'm going to use the silicone spacers that you can buy. I have some around here somewhere. I just have to find them. Well, we're going to move on to the X and Z assembly now. We thought about the metal carriage frame hitting the motor, but it is very close, but it's not going to hit. Now, if I wanted to move that end stop back to get a little more Y travel, which there is about 15 millimeters of extra, then it might become a problem. There's about 15 millimeters more that I could of rail travel, but I don't know if we need it in the first place. I'm probably going to just use M4 lock nuts because it's not going to be adjusted. I'm going to set it and then forget it. What's the printing volume of the Ender3 Switchwire? 235 by 235 by probably closer to 210 because the upper idlers, you end up running into them. Andrew Simmons, member for 3 months. Thank you. It's 1:53 p.m. Do you know where your phone is? I do. It's right here. It's not in my pocket. I think these are 30s. Hey, Andrew. Yep, 30s. $220? I thought it was $235. Is an Ender3 $235 or is the conversion? Is it the conversion that ends up being $220 or what? These are not the final. I'm just putting these in place. They're not final tight. The bed is 235, the conversion is 220. Okay. Officially an Ender3 is 220 by 220 by 250. Okay. That's good to know. Now we're gonna need this, I think. We get to the second change that I made to the parts. And I made this change as soon as I find all the parts. Okay, so I made a change because when you go to the wiki and look at the custom BOM, just a side note, I was looking. Okay, none of that matters. If you go to the custom BOM, they talk about these fasteners and needing M5 by 35s. And to the best of what I can find, the M5 by 35s are for the XZ joints, basically. And I don't have M5 by 35s, and I didn't want to cut down some 40s. So I countersunk, I remodeled these to countersink them 5mm so I can use them 5x30s. So that's the only other change I made ahead of time. Firmware. Okay, mechanics is that. Firmware is the other. Got it. Okay, I've got an extrusion here that's going to get a rail, and it's going to get some M5 fast or T-nuts on the back. Let's see what else it's gonna get. Any issues with making Switchwire with taller Z? No, I think it would be fine. Having done this mod myself, I can tell you that Ender motors won't be able to work properly with acceleration more than 2,000. They will start to skip steps eventually. Okay. Hi, Kit. Is the extrusion cut to 310mm already? It is. So I cut this yesterday. This is one of my original CR10 extrusions. So it's still in the family. But yeah, I cut it ahead of time because I didn't have a good way to do it. And I cut it at the same time as I was cutting my, as I was cutting the solid fork extrusions. So I was coming over here to look at the general layout of this. So it looks like we have M5s on the back. Okay, I think we're good. Andy Hutchins, $5, thank you. Hi Steve, a small thanks for all the help. My new V0 is going great, awesome. Although it's apart more than together, I'm modding up a storm over here. Well, that's fun. I hope you're having fun. I am fully prepared to swap the steppers out on here. Let's just consider this a confirmation that everybody is right when I end up going to swap them out. Conversions, yes, full, as long as it is basically ends up being a Voron, being a full Core XY motion system, everything really that makes a Switchwire aside from the frame, then they get a serial. Be stealth burning this or normal afterburner? It'll definitely be stealth burner. Which variant, I'm not sure yet. Let's get these and these. Yeah. So, is there a pretty side to this? Because it is used. Is there a prettier side? Let's go this side. Oh. Make sure. Yep, everything seems to be seems to be straight. Good thing to double check. Hi, Dry W Sun. Oh, there's a spring from one of the T-nuts. Shouldn't let that just sit here because it's going to mess me up. Is there a flat side? Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I did not detect anything that was amiss on any side. Oh, there they are. And my last extrusion, or rail, I mean. Might as well just leave these out here. Second V2 cost me only 7. Yeah, you accumulate parts and they turn into extra printers. That's part of the N+1 rule. The proper number of printers is number of printers plus 1. Hey, KB3D. Did you miss the reamer discussion? And, oh, actually, so this end one is not a, the end one is a longer, here. This one is an M3 by 14. What the hell, people? Hopefully, I bet you a 16 will work there. Well, let's find out. Let's go info, that surface to that surface. They're not parallel. Let's look at a line then to a line. That's barely 16. So I'm gonna use a 16 millimeter and a washer for this. And I think a washer is probably a good idea because it's a slotted hole anyway. Steve builds a sort of a maniac streamer. Once he starts, he goes only till when he's done. It has been 4 hours, but I kind of want to do this build in, I would have liked 2, but at the most 3 streams. That's my goal here, is at the most 3 streams. Okay, these end ones need to come out. So what I'm going to do is center this and tighten down the rest of the screws. But I'm going to move this out of the way and then move this up here. So I'm going to put this here, put that there, and center this on the rail, which should be 5 millimeters on each side, right? It's actually 6, and where does that come from? Why is it 6 and not 5? That should be a 310 millimeter extrusion. Let's down. Let's do a little checking why. So that's 6 millimeters on each side. What is... It is not 300 millimeters on the rail. It's about a millimeter shy. And we're 300 and... Yeah, we're 311. I'm a millimeter over on the extrusion I cut. I thought I double checked that at 300, but we'll see how it goes. Did someone complain the stream is too long? No, nobody complained. Nope, nobody complained. M3x14 do exist, Kovacs. They're not in our standard build stuff, so I don't have them. There's 16 millimeters of space, so what I'm gonna do is use a 16 millimeter screw and a washer. And what kind of reinforces the idea to do that for me is it's going into this hole, which is a slot, so a washer would be better anyway. Keep in mind that my CAD has several screws that are inconsistent in terms of length, and that's fine. I appreciate that. I'm kind of going through. There were a couple of spots maybe I can highlight for you that could probably use some adjustment for standard screws, but I'm making adjustments. I haven't run into anything that stopped the build, so we're good. Okay. So it looks like I cut this extrusion to like 311 millimeters. I thought I was closer than that. Apparently I wasn't. And the rail is 299 millimeters long. So that was why I was measuring 6 millimeters on either side instead of what I would expect it to be 5. But I think it'll be fine. We will leave 0.5 millimeter sticking out on either end, on the end of the printed part, so our belt paths still line up, because that's the important measurement, is the outside of this, I imagine, needs to be 310 millimeters. So I think I can just put those on there like that. And then we can build our bearing stacks from the other side. KB3D, thanks for the gifted memberships. Is one of the other sides more accurately? No, it cuts square, Buddha. I checked for square when I cut it. It cuts square. We just have some, it's just a little longer. I mean, a little longer than I measured. And I was using a meter stick to measure, so. I'm gonna go right like that, and M3x16s. Oh, button heads. I want button heads. Got these. Let's see. That's a 20. There's 16s. I got 2 of those and a couple of washers. Couple of washers, couple of... Just like that. Slot nuts for slot 5. What's that? Okay. That should be about as even in either side as I can make it. So, do that. Now we're going to need 4 M5 T-nuts for the Z drives on the back. And 1 more for this. So I think like that. 1. Now, yeah, I'll deal with that later. I'll deal with anything else later. A slot is used due to the fact that different brands of linear rails have different... Yeah, the slot is a great idea for that. For your use here, absolutely, the slot is a good idea. Just to get away from needing to use a 14 millimeter screw, I just use a 16 Plitzel washer right there. Okay, M5 by 30s. So I don't know if you saw here, Dark Dog, I don't have M5 by 35, so I recessed these holes by 5 millimeters so I can get away with the M5 by 30s. I couldn't find, you said 8 M5 by 30s in the modified bomb, but I couldn't find 8 of those. What do we got here? 226 people still? That's awesome. Okay, do I have more than 5 by 30s? Yes, there are 1 and a 2. No, 20. Bear with me, I'm just looking for extra fasteners. Where did I put those? I'll find one in a bit. I ran out of M5 by 30s. I might have to look. Hey, Dark Dog, thanks for becoming a member. And if you would, how would you... can you either show me how to pronounce your name or how you would like to be referred to in chat? And I'll remember that. So, okay. So we are going to put a couple of M5 by 30s in here. We'll just start on this side. And now I need some bearings. Bearings and shims. Do I have enough shims of this style? Yes, I think I do. So let's go here. And I am building this one first. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. Here, so these are standard bearing stacks. So a shim, 2 bearings, and then a shim. Yep. shim. Now the other side of this is going to be this one. And there we go. This is going to go, oops, you guys can't actually see this. So this is going to go like this. And now I want some more control here than the ES15 can give me because we're threading into plastic. And that is just about perfect. Look how flush those are on the back. And then an M5x10, I imagine, on the back. And all of this should line up. See ya, Andres. Boubounokefalos. I don't want to refer to you as Boo Boo in chat. How? Dark Dog, is that okay? That went together well. So just do the other side. Now to do the other side, I need to find another M5x30. I may have to, let's see, I've got fasteners everywhere, but none of them are truly organized. So I'm gonna be right back. I know where some are. George Kappa. I'll be right back. The LDO extras backup bags are invaluable. So get an extra M5x30 from that. Same thing, build another couple of bearing stacks. Run it off the side here, there we go. There we go. And a 10. 10 in the back. Okay. So now this is going to bolt on there like that. Centered on there. I can get the fasteners that are needed for the chain and the cable cover on there later. That looks good. What do we, oh, top idlers. Okay, let's put this on. So 4 M5x40s coming in from these. Let's see, what is going to be probably just like this. This is going to go here, and then that's about right for those. Okay. Just barely start them. And then line up the other ones. Okay, so they're all started. Now we're going to leave these all on the bottom against the rest on the rails and just get them to touching and then back off just a hair so we can slide it. Back off a hair, back off a hair. Now, we want to adjust this to where it is same distance. I'm imagine it should be 10 millimeters on either one. Now 11 on, or 9 on mine, but if I measure to this printed part, it should be really close. Just centered. Spend some time to center it. Does anyone have a ballpark of the chain length you need for this mod? Combined. I don't know. I imagine you might be able to get away if you printed an end with 1 meter chain, but I'm not sure. See ya, Edwin. Okay, gonna call that. So slowly work our way back and forth, snug this down. Yeah, that works. Let's make sure these are good. This is the carriage bolts. So if you buy, in the US, when you buy the generic chains from Amazon, they come with 1 extra set. You would still need to print at least 1 set of ends. I feel good about that. This is even the whole way up, which means my verticals are parallel. Yeah, I'm good. We got that. Okay, top idlers. Compared to a real Switchwire, how much volume are you losing? So on a real Switchwire, you're at 250x, about 225 Y, and then probably 220 or so Z. Where is this part? There it is. Okay. Upper idlers. So these go up here. And then these parts bolt up. And we got a bearing stack in each one. So that and the next bag of bearings. That's a huge gap between the bottom of the upright rails and the bed. Are you talking about here? This gap here? As far as you can, if that wasn't like that, you could gain a lot of Z travel, and that's true. That's just the, I think that's just the nature of it being a Ender conversion. Vince Wall took a nap around the frame, and now it looks like a new machine. Getting there. Okay, I happen to have button heads for 40 millimeters, so we're going to use those because they'll look a little better. But socket heads would be out of our regular parts bin. So if we look at this here, we're going to have just a bearing stack and two M3x40s or M5x40s. The nature of being an Ender. Need a couple of T-nuts. Vince Wall, what part of the Central Valley are you in? We're not getting quite that heat here, but we're like 102. How are we doing on everything? We're at 4.5 hours. I'm good if you folks are. Just like that. Okay. So. Fresno. Oh, yes. There. 2 shims. And then another bearing stack. And then a shim. So just like that. Shim, bearings, 2 shims, bearings, and then shim. Which one is this? There we go. And then this one goes, there. Right like that. Oh, shoot. That's okay. Shim sandwich. These are not idlers, they're idlers. You're right. I imagine we just make this flush with the side. I think. Oh, I didn't print it. I sure did a poor job of remembering what things I needed to print. I'm thinking ahead on the build on what we can get to today. And I think we're going to be limited by some prints. Hi, Phil. Yep, still going for a little while anyway. I have returned and missed a lot. You bought peaches. Well, that's good. Did I have something to do with that, the peaches purchase? Did I inspire your peaches purchase? Okay. Cool. Okay, this. I guess I can put the key back. Let's put the key back on there, or at least get the bits and pieces for it. That's an interesting idea to use this pulley, but I don't think I'm going to because it would require a different part here. This piece goes on there, and then we have a little half bearing stack, sort of. Here. Only a spacer, a shim on the inside, because the head of the button head is small enough. And what size is that? Probably, oh, M5 by 20. I think I actually have an M5 by 20. Nope, that's 25. I don't think I have an M5 by 20. Did I buy M5 by 20 for some reason? 8, 10, that's 25. Why are we using M5 by 20? I have one. Only because I cut it down for a different project. Success, Tony. Success. One more washer. So we're going to do this. Yep, that'll work. And I don't know exactly where this is going to need to go. So this is just going to go up here. Probably about right there, I'm guessing. And then, according to the... I don't have a space mouse, so this isn't as nice and smooth as some. That's where the keyback goes. So, I'm a little concerned. What size is this? I'm looking at the thickness of the part here. This should be M5 by 10. And that's what it says. Oh, it's hidden. It's hidden by my picture. Get rid of this. When I double click that, it does show the size of, or the name of that component in the bottom corner. So I'd actually not noticed that before. I'd been searching, finding it in the browser, but M5 by 10. I don't think an M5 by 10 is the greatest idea right there. Here's what's going on. That says to use an M5 by 10. An M5 by 10 bottoms out. An M5 by 10. See how much that bottoms out? You can't do that. Let's try, I happen to have 8s. Let's go M5 by 8. An M5 by 8 will work. But the suggestion would be to just leave this mounting thickness 5 millimeters. When I watch Cloud42, I get lost all over the place with him. Blondie Hacks is at least kind of to display a text with a conversion. I like both of those. I like listening to Cloud42, and I like Blondie Hacks better. She's more entertaining, but I've been watching most of their videos. Some of the names in the CAD are wrong. Right, but still, the part probably needs to be changed here. We don't have M5 by 8s in any of the parts lists anyway. So I would suggest changing the printed part so that this isn't countersunk here. That this is just a 5 millimeter thick flange. I just happen to have some 8 millimeter, a lot of 8 millimeter fasteners. We haven't run into anything that's been a showstopper, so. But if we can identify a few things and tweak them. Does that go that way? Yeah, that'll go that way. So I want that to be kind of low. Probably about there. Now, I have a couple of keybacks floating around. I've got one that's a shorter cord than the other. I don't know which one this one is. If it's not the correct one, I'll just have to find the other one. Okay, these are probably 12s. Yep. Can't you fit a washer there? I'd have to fit 2 washers at least. So I'm just going to use the 8 millimeter fasteners I have, but I would suggest tweaking the part. Let me use this. Just a suggestion. Like I said, we haven't hit anything that's deal breaker here. Now let's find out if I've got the right. I locked the end in. Let's put this outside. And put these back on. See you, Dark Neutrino. Thanks for being here. Okay, did I grab the right? Yeah, that'll work. It might pull the thing up. I think this is the stronger one because that's max travel right there. I think this is the shorter, stronger one. So I think I'll have to find the correct one. But this is getting there. Where are we at next? What can we do next? We can do the rear skirts and get the power supply in there. Let's get the power supply under there. Yeah, I think we can put the power supply under there. I'm not big fan of these style power inlets, but it would be nice if the rear skirt was designed for this. It's not. I don't know if there's a mod out there though. Actually. Okay. This is the Ender Pro, so it is the Meanwhile 350 watt power supply. This is just the QR code that came on the printer at some point. Not gonna need that. Let's set that over there. According to the CAD, power supply goes under here and bolts to the Y extrusion and notches into the center rail here. Okay. So if this goes like that, those go like that. Okay. Parts. Printed parts. So that's going to go like that. That's going to go like that. And I think we can reuse these M4s, which is nice. Tighten them all the way. I think we've got the same situation here where an 8mm M5 is going to be better. Fun fact is that the first thing I designed in Fusion 360. That's awesome. It's always good to have a big project. Really immerse yourself and dive in on something like this, right? Okay, so if this is like this, this goes on like this. Those are M4 by something. M4 by a long. See ya, Mr. K. Thanks for being here. M4 button head by what? Are these 16s? No, 20s. Let's go with 20. Those are on nice and straight. Okay. Make me some room here. And this is going to go just set this like this. That's the front. So this is going to go in here like this. That look about right? Looks right to me. The M4s are salvaged by the Ender. Were there were probably two 20mm M4s in here, huh? Yeah, I see them. I think I see them. Thanks for that note. Oh, that one went all the way. How am I gonna do this? These T-nuts are just a little, here, let's do it this way instead. Let's not fight gravity. That's okay, that can sit right there. That one, go in like that. And all of this goes like, that, and then let's shift this as far that way as it'll go, just to give us room for the connectors on that end. And that should be good. There. Power supply's in. Now it's starting to get a little more heft to it. I am, let's see, before I get too far, see if my deck panels will fit. See if I can get them in here. I might have to pull some parts. I might have to pull the deck plate off the top, which means I lose my reference. There we go. Oh, but I was going the wrong one. Which way does this go? That goes right there. That goes right there. I was right. Keyback's in the way. Let's pull the key back. There we go. Awesome. Check it out. It's a deck plate. Should I put all of these in? I should put these on, huh? So let's put them on. Hi, Derek. Thanks. Let's put these on. I'm just gonna, I have a bunch of these M5 by 8mm fasteners. These would be great for this. They are all MGN12. So I think we're going to try the same way here. We just barely sneak that in right there. And then put this up here. And I think the Y stepper might be killing us. Ah. Let's see, can we get this past there? Nope. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. One more. Did it. It's possible. It is possible. 5 hours so far. Oh, we are at 5 hours. Oh, well, that's a problem. I need to rotate. Derek, thanks for gifting the memberships. I need to rotate the Y stepper 90 degrees so the wire comes out the front and can go down this little path. So let's just leave it there. Let's loosen the front just a little bit. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to have to do this with the belt somewhat under tension because I cut those flush and I don't want to deal with it. I printed a couple of 2mm spacers on what? For, we're talking about something else in chat. Does this use the same deck plate as Switchwire? It does not. So we're just going to twist that and then throw this thing back in there. And it looked like I had just enough room to loosen the tension. So that this goes in. Are you going to get another song in people's minds, DJ Natty? Are you going to do your part? I cut belts flush all the time on my V2s. Okay, that's much better. Now and this is a nice little path. The end stop wire and the stepper wire will go through a little hole here that's in the deck plate. The butts. There we go. This one is going to get a cable chain mount. I guess it can get it right now. that I forgot to put heat sets in, so let's put those in. Heat sets. I am surprised I was able to get that deck plate in place. I'm pleased, because that would have been a pain. Oh, I see. I see, Dark Dog. We will probably start winding down. I'm going to run out of things to make progress on here in a minute. I got a list of things I need to print and be ready for next weekend. Are the desks ABS sheet? The decks are ABS sheet, yes. I cut them on my MPCNC yesterday. Another bot bites the dust. Okay, that goes there, and that's probably going to be, is a 16 going to be too long for this? Let's find out. Let's put this here, put a 16 in, and yeah, 16. We got to be careful with these bolt lengths. So a 16 is too long. I don't have a 12. I do have washers though. I think I'm going to need 2 washers here. So I'm going to go this route. So that's on there now. Okay. So I'm a little too low now for the key backs. So let's raise this just a hair. And maybe a coarse hair. Like that. There we go. I cut the panels. I think I answered. I cut the panels with my MPCNC yesterday. Did it on the first try for both of them, and they turned out well. I'm only getting about half the chat. I have no idea. Will you enclose the printer at the end of the build? Can you do a comparison between the legit Switchwire? This will not be enclosed, but we will do some test printing and stuff like that. If we're gonna get earworms, at least we're getting good ones. I think that's... Live chat is selected. I have no idea then. You mentioned the bots may come back in that case, Morpheus. Burnt in Phoenix. It's been a while since I've seen it, but the deburring tool set you have, where did you get it from? So this is a, I'm just gonna, you can search for it. Noga, N-O-G-A. They're found on Amazon. Put it in your cart and keep an eye on it. I got it for like $20 less than their normal price. I think it's normally 60 something. I got it in the 40s. Is there a list of standard hardware for all the Voron printers without going through all the CAD models? I looked on GitHub but couldn't find any. I don't think we have a list, and it's kind of ingrained at this point. It's not a bad idea for us to make something though, especially it would be really useful if mods tried to state it out. I know not everything is going to, and there are probably good reasons to deviate from that, but if everybody tried, it would make it nice. Just making that flush with the back. Yeah, this is gonna look good. I like the colors. I like the setup. We got like, you got this guy in here, and this is gonna sit like that. You can start putting the rear skirts on, I think. So we got this, and how do I know which one is the, are these same? Same, awesome. That, and I think the rest of these are all same. So I think this is all rear skirt stuff. So I did remember the heat sets on it. Oh, we got more of this. Button heads don't fit. Dark Dog, button heads don't fit, and we don't have socket heads in the standard BOM for a lot of these pieces. So I'm going to ream these out. I don't have a battery in my drill here, otherwise I would just run these in the drill. I think I'm going to convert the Ender 3 I used to test the Marlin firmware to Ender Switchwire. Your build is inspiring me. Awesome. I've run into this just a couple. The Y-stepper needs more clearance for the button heads, and the idler setup here could use it. And then these, the skirts. Okay, let's try that. So I think 16s will work here. Oop, did I not actually get that one? The one that I just tried? No? Oh, this is only 9. I probably have to go to 10. Oh, 9.2. Let's go to 10 on these then. Let's find my 10mm reamer. Is that this one? 10. Yep. So I am going to... Grills are the exotic parts of the build. Well, I guess that's true. On the front ones, you need those the M5x60s, which you do call out as socket head. But just making a little extra space in these so you can use button heads as an option would be nice. I'm gonna go get a battery for my drill because this is gonna tear my hand up keeping trying. Give me about 1 minute. Okay. Shut down my printer and back on. Now Moonraker is borked. Uh-oh. Let's do this much quicker than me trying to do this by hand. There we go. That ought to do it. Aha! Oh, what's going on? I need more feel on this. That did not go in. Oh, okay. I guess it wasn't bad. I'm taking the notes on the design suggestions. Awesome. I appreciate that. Now, I am just making suggestions too, so I would not be offended if you decided that something that I suggest is outside of what you were intending anyway. So, just laying that out there. Mine are... This is what I would do. Doesn't mean it's right. I gotta put a fan in here, but that's okay. We'll put the rear skirt on and it'll look a little more, get it looking a little more complete. And one more. We will probably aim to call this in about 18 minutes. I think that's a good time. I've got some other things I need to make progress on. But this has been a good run. So now these... This goes here. Oh, and that fits in pretty nice. Which Patreon memberships would you suggest to get toys and gadgets? I have no idea. I mean, if you're talking about printing things, I mean, I really don't know who's out there. I haven't generally subscribed to Patreon to get files. I generally subscribe to someone who I like their content and want to support. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't support to get files. And actually, I guess I did. The Death Racer, I subscribed to the Patreon for, I forget his name. Not Sam Prentice, but the other person whose Patreon it is. But I don't have a strong recommendation on Patreon stuff. You ordered an XL and expected before 2023. I think you're right. I think the XL is going to be a bit. Where is? Oh, do I have the wrong center skirt? Are these different? No, they are the same. Hey, Dark Dog, are these? I'm having a little issue here on the, maybe I didn't print the right piece. Are the skirts, the center skirt, are they different front or back? Are they supposed to be different? Michael Baddeley, yes. Thank you. That's the one that I subscribed to get those files. Oh, we're not going to push plastic today. We're wrapping up now. But are you still around, Dark Dog? The question I have is, let's see if I can get a better camera angle. Autofocus is drunk. Come on. There we go. How can we? There's two. There we go. These two holes don't line up with the heat sets that are in the Y mount. And I'm not sure, I couldn't say that I didn't accidentally print two of these because they seem to be the same. And I don't know if they're supposed to be or not. Is there yep, still working on it for a few minutes. Oh, it keeps trying to focus on the QR code? Well, I'll figure out, I'll look at the parts and make sure I didn't goof up on these. Otherwise, maybe I'll just widen these holes here and put it in place there. The back one should have the hole for the plug in it. Oh, you know what? That's absolutely right. Yep, I thought it might be me. And I didn't print that. How did I print this instead? Oh well. I guess on that note, let's just finish off the stream with some chatting. This is where we got. This is our Ender 3 to Switchwire conversion to this point. They are unique. I made a brain. I had a brain fart. I don't know why I printed two of these. So that's another thing on the list of things to reprint. It's a power inlet. So I guess since we're there, has anybody made a mod to use this power inlet? Or is there just not enough room? And there's probably technically not enough room. You're really trying there, DJ Natty. No, that was my own. I messed up there. I need to print the right part. But a brain whoop, oopsie. Yep. Almost done in one stream. Oh, not even close. We haven't gotten to the X carriage, afterburner or stealth burner, wiring. When you're done, can you share the DXF or whatever file for the CNC work you did? I couldn't share a G-code file. I just imported a DXF. It's on the GitHub for this. I just cut the DXF here. Deck left, deck right. I just imported those into, I used Estelcam just because it's super easy and quick. But I didn't do anything to them. I just imported them and set my tools and depth of cut per pass and went for it. Seeing how quickly, cleanly this is going makes me feel a lot more confident about trying the build. Yeah, this is an easy build. This is an easy build. This is really, I don't think, I'm hopeful, but I don't think I'll be done with it next stream, but it'll be really close. It depends on how much I do off stream. So if I prepare some of the harness off stream, because I'm gonna build the harness from scratch, but if I prepare some of it off stream, then it'll go a little quicker. You know, reminds me of getting the hot rod built enough to test drive, but no griller bumper. Yes. Yeah, you can print the decks. I had the ABS material, so I decided to go that route. Can you unscrew the original Ender inlet? Yeah. Oops. It's a Phillips. It's a Phillips screw. These aren't special. My only thought was, since the Ender has this, it might be nice to be able to use it. This is a typical power inlet you can get off AliExpress or Amazon or whatever. I might go ahead and tweak the rear skirt and just make it fit. Are these Highwind or China rails? These are all LDO rails. So I have to print, apparently I have to print the rear power inlet anyway, because I printed 2 fronts. So I will modify that to fit. You're welcome to the file when I'm done, Dark Dog. You're welcome to any of the, if you've seen me make a change here, you're welcome to any of the files. I don't need anything. I don't need to publish them. If you want them, they're yours. Oh, you're a little behind, Beam and Nickel. Oh, the 3v2 doesn't have it. It'd be nice to have the option, I think. No problem, Kelvin. Thanks for being here. Would the power inlet fit in the rear side skirt without the fan? I don't know, but it'll fit here in the center. It's right there on being able to fit in that gap as it is. So It just needs just a little tweak and it'll fit. Correct, Rod. The inlet, this part, is all about the same size as any of the others. It's just these mounting tabs that need extra room. And I think it can be made to fit. And there might be just a little extra, maybe from the top. But otherwise, it'll go right in there. There's a fan that goes in here. Yep. Okay, so I have a theory. If you just cut the wings off the inlet, the parts with the screw holes, this might fit to the rear grill. The problem is there's no other way of holding it. You don't want to cut those off and just rely on friction. I think it'll fit even without doing that. I think it can be, I think it'll fit just fine even without doing that. You don't want to cut those wings off though. Good night, Ricky B. I'm streaming, so there's a members stream on Saturday and a glue it, and the regular stream next Sunday. So both of them at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Yep, I'm happy. It's looking good. It's going together good. Yeah. So member stream Saturday, regular stream back at this. We won't cover this on Saturday. Nothing of this build will be done on Saturday. I have a plan for Saturday. So. Andrew Boras. So my channel has a membership option. So the YouTube memberships, and those that are members have access to the monthly-ish live streams. And those streams, I think I'm committed to making them public sometime before the next one. So yesterday I made last month's public. So you can see what that's like. So I that way I don't have to worry about covering something that everybody would really like to see. I mean, everybody gets to see it, just maybe a little delayed. I hope it's a dark and sinister plan. It's a very bright plan. I was thinking have it on the sides allows running the mains along the extrusion into the PSU rather than down the middle, then across. I get that, Barnyard. I thought the same thing. I think the side grills are a little, it might fit. I guess it would fit. It fits in here. That might be a plan. Leave this, modify this. What do you think, Dark Dog? If it went here, just say here. If it went in the side here, then everything stays over here on this side of the printer instead of going across. Oh. That might be something to play with. I'm not going to be able to spend a ton of time on it, but I'll check that out. That's a good idea. Leo the Human, thanks for becoming a member. Hopefully we'll see you on Saturday. It's so early. Well, this is, what are we at? 5.5 hours? I think that's a good build stream. So next weekend is the member stream and the regular stream. The following weekend, I'm not going to stream. I have vacation plans. So, and then I'll be back for the first weekend in August. So. So where's Charlie? See if he. There we go. We'll get a partying, woken up Charlie. Is tours the member stream will be before, quite a few hours before Nero's, and it won't be. They're not usually long. 2 to 3 hours is what the goal is for the member streams. So 10 a.m. Pacific. And I tried, unless I'm doing a big build like the trident, the trident build where I'm trying to give feedback to somebody, and I need to not take 2 months to do a build, then I try to keep my streams to the weekend, same time. So. Okay. So everybody say bye, Charlie. Will the Ender Switchwire have the enclosure part 2, or is there no way for it to fit it? There is an enclosure option. I won't be using that. The friend who is going to use this printer will not be printing with it enclosed. That doesn't mean that we don't add the enclosure later, but for this build series, the enclosure isn't part of it. So with that, thank you, everybody. We had a ton of new members and gifted memberships today, so thank you. I hope everyone has a good rest of their weekend and a great week, and we will see you next weekend. So thanks to Dark Dog. This has been a fun build. So I'm looking forward to continuing it next week. Talk to you later. Bye.